Yo, yo,
Yo, yo, yo.
yo, what's poppin'?
What's poppin'? What's poppin'?
Oh man, some more of it. I'm on a book right now. Gonna drop this link to
Okay.
get some people
Hey, when you
on the
go
channel.
when you go
I'm
live
sorry, go
on your
ahead.
shit, do you gotta put your shit on public every time?
Every time. Every
Yeah, that
time.
shit cash.
That's just hella garbage. However, welcome to another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast where you can free your mind and help others free theirs. I go by the I'm your co-host and I go by the name of Woon and I'm all about balance like a mop and a broom. What's poppin'?
Yes, sir. I am the other co-host by the name of Self Made. You gotta tap into self to know thyself always, man.
Oh,
Shout
wait.
out to the chat, Karmic in the building early.
Early Karmic, what's poppin', lady?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see what we got in here. The brother Kareem pulled up early.
Yeah, we got Kareem in here early.
I turn this camera around. Let me figure this
Got
shit
a
out.
behind the scenes still before we went live with the people.
Right. It's gonna go up, man. This Kanye thing, man. This shit is taking off.
Yeah, that shit is bananas. I might have to take a shot. I got some crown. I might have to take a shot of this crown for this show, boy. See,
uh,
I was trying to push a sponsor. Oh, can y'all see this shit?
what's that?
Oh,
Oh,
there we go.
okay.
You can see it. Yeah.
Uh
I
huh.
got I got my little I'm doing special today. It's special.
Well, special. He got the. He said I'm pulling the
You
box
feel
out,
me?
man.
Niggas got I finally found the fucking plug in Vegas. Finally. Like, you know what I mean? So shout out to the plug. It's up.
Right.
But yeah, man, I don't know. Today I've been in good energy. I woke up and I did my goddamn 4 miles and shit at this fucking jog. Hey man, look. I'm trying to get 45 minutes, bro. That shit, I'm gonna have to kill myself to do that one. 4 miles and 45. It seemed like damn when you can't run 4 miles and 45. That shit, whoo, nigga, that shit's
You
serious.
gonna have to really.
I get flat easy. Like you know what I mean. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to just turn up the juice, nigga.
Yeah. You're gonna have to
But
turn
it
it up
starts,
real quick.
hell yeah. But it starts my day off. Kind of it sets the tone for my whole day because then everything else is lit. Like you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean.
Yeah, now that's a good pace right there. That's a real good pace, actually.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I be hard on myself and shit.
Nah,
Huh.
because to run 1 mile in about 10 minutes, you gonna burn some sweat. You know what I mean? So 4 miles in 45 minutes, you damn sure you working.
Yeah.
Nah, that's what I'm trying to get. I'm at 50 right now.
That's like 12 minutes
Not
a
Oh,
mile.
yeah,
okay, yeah.
not to say that 50 ain't that 50 still work.
That 50 work. Because for me, 1 mile, boy, I'd be burnt in 10 minutes.
Everything.
Yeah, that 50's work, nigga. But I'm just trying to get this 45. You know what I mean? See what this shit popping. Like I would feel, like I made some type of progress. To keep it a band when I first started, it was ugly. I was doing an hour and a half, nigga. Like 90 minutes for real. I chopped that shit down to 50, like niggas up.
Yeah, that's a good little chop for sure.
Hell yeah. Woo. But
Okay.
yeah, so that boy Kanye. What's going on in America, man?
Man, I'm gonna be getting a lot of shit from y'all because like I said, I seen a couple of clips, but I didn't really get a chance to dive into the whole video and shit, man. So y'all gonna have to kind of fill me in with what was said and what's people's reactions. I kind of see people's reactions, just on Facebook and shit, not kind of knowing the whole
Right.
story, but it seemed like a lot of people like, you know, this nigga crazy and You know, like all the shit that they was saying before, you know what I mean? Back when that nigga said slavery was a choice and he was running for president and all that type of shit. This nigga crazy. Oh, he lost his mind. He insane. That nigga need to be locked up. All type. I've been seeing a lot of shit off of this just one interview. You know what I'm saying?
Can we travel back to the one of the first most controversial things that Kanye said, which was Bush don't care about black people? That was one of the first national things, to my knowledge, that he said, and niggas was like, "Oh, who the fuck? Wait, Kanye, what you talking about right now?" Right. So it's crazy, man, because you know the society that we deal with is just like, if you say something that people fuck with, then it's just like, okay, we rocking. But as soon as you start to say some shit that may not be the fan favorite, you're crazy. Like, you know what I mean? And that was going back to what he was saying about in a Drink Champs interview. He was like, man, you niggas already painted me the picture of being crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I already lost my kids. I didn't did, or y'all attempted to take my kids, all type of shit. But it's just like, nigga, like, so anytime I say something that people don't feel, oh, he's crazy. Oh, that nigga's having a mental breakdown and all this other shit. So, yeah, it's bananas, man.
Yeah, to give you some background on it, I watched one of the interviews, and you know, they started off. You know, I think I watched every interview, but they was asking him about the White Lives Matter the shirts, right? And I think that's the way that the whole new controversy about what he's saying about the Jews kicked off, because when they was asking him about that, the response, the interview I saw, he was basically like, that's the, you know, White Lives Matter, that's the natural thing, you know what I mean? But right. Then he spent that off to say, like, I guess because he was getting so much because he put out the White Lives Matter, right? He said that he was getting attacked by so media stations, right? So then he started going in on the Jews, you know what I mean? Because he was talking about how the media stations was trying to kind of like, you know, blackballing, canceling, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if that was his intention, because, you know, we see that he like to, you know, like you said, spark everybody attention and then come into it with a real subject. But
right. Hey, I don't mean to cut you off, bro. But your sound is like choppy. Unless
okay.
You hear that too, Will?
Your voice is clear. It's just kind of staticky. So wherever you at is staticky, but you're still clear. But it's just coming with static.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Do I sound a little bit clearer?
It's the same. I don't know. It's almost like a service, like a, you know what I mean, like where you standing at in your house type service. You know how that should be like sounding. It kind of sounds like that.
Okay, well, go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
No, but you clear enough. You clear.
Yeah.
But it's just static.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying. I kind of forgot where I was at, but so he kind of just spent that off, and either way, he just started. You know, he's speaking about, to me, what's the real. You know what I mean? He's speaking about the Jews owning the media, and one of the key things that he said is, you know, that they got control of the black voice. You know what I mean? And he's one of the first people that I heard really say it that way. You know what I mean? And you know, the first thing that I'm gonna just go in a little bit real quick, right? The first thing that made me think about was, you know, the music game. You know what I mean? And who owns most of the entertainment artists in the hip hop industry. And my thing is like, okay, we know about Nick Cannon getting canceled. I watched that interview. Nick Cannon didn't say much. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say much. It wasn't anti-Semitic. He didn't go in like, I hate Jews or this or that. He just said what he felt. And then Kanye went in, and Kanye said a little bit more, but it's still not super anti-Semitic. You see what I'm saying? He's not saying he hates Jews, and he's not saying let's go kill Jews. But some of these same companies, and we see what's happened to Kanye already. They talking about Chase Bank has made him. They took out 150. They made him transfer 150 million dollars by a certain date. Right? They say that they are no longer willing to do business with him. He ain't no crimes. You know, nothing like that. So we see the result. So what's happening is he talked about it, right? And then because they mad about it, showing really exactly what he talking about. You see what I'm saying? The fact that he could just speak his opinion, and then you can take banking from him. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna start blocking him in all type of avenues and all type of different areas. So you know what I'm saying? It just clarifies exactly what he's saying. But to get back to my point, and I'm gonna let it go, is that okay? If y'all for the small things, if somebody say okay, like Nick Cannon, he say okay, we are the true Jews and this and that, and our history was stolen from us, right? He can say something as simple as that and get canceled, right, from a show that's been successful for many a moon. But these same Jewish companies, they don't want to use that same power to stop what's going on in the music industry with these black lives. I think they putting on a new. I just heard a new. I think it was Snoop or somebody. I don't want to say exactly who, but they said murder in hip hop is what it's going to be called. And they talk about it's over 700 murders, in the hip hop community over the last certain amount of period of time, right? And so why don't these Jews use that amount of extreme power? I don't want to put nobody on blast and nothing like that or whatever. But let's say if Young Thug or whatever, let's say if everything they saying about him is true, right? Why don't them say, you know what I'm saying? Like if all of this information was known and all what's in the court records, what the police say they heard and all of this shit, why don't the industries come after and shut these people down when they talking about, like when we talking about, I hate to use people as an example, but you know what I'm saying? Some of these niggas is just stupid. I mean, we hear them talking about murders in their music, you know what I'm saying? And then they get convicted. These murders is real life murders going on. So like, why they don't shut that shit down with this drill music and they let people go on and say whatever they want to, and then we see the real life effects of it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, that's man, you said a lot. Let me say this real quick, because I was thinking about this shit yesterday when I was thinking about doing this show today. I'm so glad that we got this platform and shit, right? And I'm glad that we caught this motherfucker for your mind. Because and I have to also say in the same swing that I'm glad that, and I'm not saying glad like that, but I'm glad that I've hooked up with Self to do this shit, right? Because Self got that I don't give a fuck, like, you know what I mean? And it's just like when I didn't know that from the gate. I had to listen to his music, and I was like, oh shit, this nigga figured it out. What's the next level after figuring it out? I don't give a fuck, like, you know what I mean? So for us, and I'm going off, but I'm gonna bring it back. But for us, there was so many different people who was hitting me up to do a podcast, and I'm like, nah, I can't, whatever's whatever. But it's just like, nah, it's just like, I know I gotta have. It's just like a relationship. I gotta have somebody I know that everything is up. Like, you know what I mean? So if I feel like I can't go everywhere with you, then why is we even gonna conduct any type of business, especially on this type of time? Like, is when I was thinking about doing podcasts, we could do all type of different shit. But where we at, like, Cream, you know where we be at and shit, like, you know what I mean? So we don't have no filter whatsoever, like, you know what I mean? And I'm saying that to say, when it comes down to the Nick Cannons, I think who was he fucking with, Viacom or some shit like that? They shut that shit down. The crazy thing about that is that, just like you said, it wasn't Nick Cannon that was really saying shit, but who he interviewed, people don't know who Professor Griff is for real. Like, you know what I mean? So Professor Griff, he was a part of Public Enemy back in, the late 80s, early 90s, right? And Professor Griff, Public Enemy was talking that shit back. Public Enemy, they was talking that shit back then, like, you know what I mean? And Professor Griff has been kicked out of Public Enemy for saying certain shit that Chuck D couldn't really back him on, like, you know what I mean? Now, mind you, Chuck D is the face of Public Enemy as well as Flavor Flav. Professor Griff and all the niggas that was on stage, like, these niggas is trained militant combat niggas, like, you know what I mean? So they're like, well, why is this nigga even speaking on anything? Like, you know what I mean? He don't rap, he don't do nothing. He's a background if anybody knows what a Public Enemy show, right? Like when you see them niggas on stage with them guns and the military niggas, that was Professor Griffin them. So Public Enemy was not just Flavor Flav doing hype man side dances and shit. They had some real militant niggas with them, right? So that's who Nick Cannon interviewed when Viacom shut him down, because they already had prior beef with Professor Griff, like, you know what I mean? So they was like, oh, this nigga's back again, and Nick Cannon letting this nigga speak. So nigga, we finna shut Nick Cannon. You don't know your history about who Professor Griff is? Oh, nigga, it's up. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, again, Nick Cannon probably didn't know, but at the same time, he probably didn't care. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like they shut him down. So going into this Kanye shit, especially with Drink Champs, and this is why I was bringing up, I'm glad that, I'm fucking with Self-Made on this shit, because we have a platform to where we're not looking to get like a monetary gain for real off this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So a lot of people was kind of mad at Nori for shutting down the interview. But then a lot of people was mad at Nori for keeping the interview up but talking shit about Kanye, right? So at the same time, it's just like, okay, niggas know that especially now, niggas know that Kanye is gonna say some shit, right? Regardless to what's popping, Kanye always got something going on. Like, you know what I mean? So niggas can't say, oh, I didn't know. Like, you know what I mean? So
right.
From what Nori said, he said that as soon as Kanye got there, he talked to the producers and was like, hey, if y'all niggas try to shut me down, I'm just gonna walk and leave, from the interview. So he was like, I let him rock. And then he went on to say that that by the time that Kanye West started talking that juice shit, that he was already so drunk that he couldn't really understand or comprehend what Kanye was talking about. I'm like, nigga, ain't no fucking way, you that drunk to where you can't hear what the fuck this nigga's talking about. Like, you know what I mean? You can't comprehend it. This is what you do. You've been doing Drink Champs for years. This is not new to you. You've been doing this shit for years. Like, you know what I mean? So now all of a sudden Kanye talk, you can't comprehend? Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's just like, and again, I understand Nori's position. So I'm not just dogging a nigga, like, you know what I mean? But I understand his position because Kanye talks shit about Puffy. Puffy owns fucking Revolt. This is Puffy's fucking whole media platform. So it's just like, you can't, like, nigga, that's just like somebody talking shit about Self-Made and Self-Made, like, hey, Woon, don't let that nigga talk like that about me on our shit. Like, all right, so I'm shutting down the studio, niggas. Make the niggas go get cheesecakes, niggas, my bad. And Nori does business with Jews. He said there was Jews in the room to where when Kanye was doing that interview. But for him to interview him, Kanye's answering questions. Now, Kanye goes off on a tangent, kind of like what I'm doing right now, but Kanye does go off on a tangent and he does spill some shit that may step outside of the question, but it's still relevant to the interview. Them niggas know why he's there. Like, you know what I mean? They know exactly why he's there. So it's just like, and Kanye said it was like, hey, a lot of niggas wasn't fucking with me when it's coming to interviews because I'm moving so many different things. And it's just like, now I feel comfortable being here at Drink Champs. Let me spill my spill. Shut that nigga down. Like, you know what I mean? So going into the interview was just like, there was a lot of real shit that was said. Like, you know what I mean? And people have to understand, piggybacking off what you said, Kareem, people have to understand what he was saying about black people being the original Jews, if we're going to put it in that aspect. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, nigga, how can motherfuckers say that I'm anti-Semitic when I'm fucking Jewish for real? Like, or I'm a real Jew. Like, you know what I mean? So that shit you can't play that card no more. So what Kanye's doing is actually revolutionizing this fucking race shit, right? He's like, y'all can't do that no more. Right. That's what this, in my mind, that's what this White Lives Matter shirt is about. How is this nigga getting backlash for having a White Lives Matter shirt? You want to know why? Just like I said on the last show about the White Lives Matter shit. because they know it's a slap in the face. They know it. But Kanye is so genius that niggas don't know what he's talking about. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, nigga, I got some shit for these niggas. Watch this. And he did it. Like, you know what I mean? And then the Jew mother or whoever got the power, they was like, you motherfucker, like, nigga, we know what you did. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why they trying to shut the shit down. But what Kanye was talking about on the flip side of that was the Black Lives Matter. And he calls that shit, what is it? What do you say? The trauma economy, right? And this is ultimately saying that this Black Lives Matter movement is all a part of banking on black people's trauma. Niggas is getting paid off of black people's trauma. You understand what I'm trying to say? So we have to understand that. We have to listen to Kanye and then don't prejudge this nigga. Just listen to what he be talking about and then give your, okay, what did he say for real? Like, you know what I mean? Because everybody knows when it comes down to this racism shit, racism really don't exist as bad as we think it does. Not to say that it don't, but it's not as bad as we think it is. And when we look at, I told niggas way back like 10 years ago, racism is a business, right? So racism, motherfuckers get paid off that shit, right? So if we talk about racism being a business, most businesses have commercials and shit, right? So what is their commercial? What is their commercial? Their commercial is on the news, the media. White cop kills black lady. Like, you know what I mean? Racism. White kills black. That's racism, right? You can see that shit on the news all the time. That's the media. That's the commercial that they pump to sell racism. Racism is a business. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when people, I said this a long time ago, niggas like, no, racism do exist. Yep. No, it's a business, my nigga. Not to say that there aren't ignorant people that's out there, but the mass people that are receiving this that don't even know about it's just like infomercials, right? Niggas probably don't remember infomercials, but back in the day when you sleep laying in your bed or you know in your slumber state watching TV and an infomercial pop up and you're like, damn, nigga, I wasn't even thinking about that, but I'm gonna buy it. That's what they do with fucking racism. They like, oh, nigga, you don't know nothing about what's going on in this city, this state. But what you do buy into is that white cop kills black teenager, and then now your energy is up. You didn't bought into the shit. Why? Just like Kanye said, the trauma economy. Niggas ain't still got past slavery.
That trauma.
Like, you know what I mean? So anytime that something is gonna pop, nigga, they can get us every time. And they do. Every time. Like, you know what I mean? So now when Kanye flipping the energy, fuck this Black Lives Matter shit, niggas up. Just like I said last show, it's up. Fuck it, Black Lives Matter. What the fuck are we talking about? Niggas is lit. White Lives Matter. Let's not like, you know what I mean? Let's be the upper niggas. White Lives Matter. And that's why they shut that nigga down. So when niggas gotta understand the genius within this nigga's mind. Like, you know, I was finna wear my Gemini shirt today just to because I'm a Gemini just like Kanye. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, nigga, I understand the chess moves that this nigga makes. Like, you know what I mean? It's different. So then we talk about, okay, so if it's on some a motive to do whatever, this nigga's a fucking billionaire. He don't need no money. This is not a publicity stunt for money. This nigga got bread. What is we talking about right now? So when we talk about this nigga's actually just in his bag, right? When you like that's just like me touching, that's just like me fucking the baddest bitch who I wanted to fuck in life. Nigga, after I fuck her, after that high is done, nigga, I'm on to the next high. I'm on to some real shit. Hey, just so all y'all other bitches know, I liked all y'all too, but I just want to fuck this bitch real quick. Bitch, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad. Like, you know what I mean? So this nigga is now at the place to where it's just like, nigga, what else is left? Nigga, kick that real shit. And because people didn't already painted this nigga as a goddamn crazy dude, y'all ain't even keeping the game that this nigga's dropping.
Shooting the messenger.
I just have to say that real quick. Like, you know what I mean? But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say shooting the messenger and not getting the message. You know what I'm saying? Like, they so focused on all the publicity. That's the thing too. Like what you were saying. Like, it's like they painting a picture like how you said with Black Lives Matter, like nigga, they white, cop shoots black, period, no matter what. That's the picture that they painted, and then you buy into that shit. Okay, same thing. Kanye did this shit. Now they doing the same thing with Kanye, like you saying, you know what I'm saying? And our own people trying to cancel this nigga. Like it ain't you know what I'm saying? And that's the craziest thing, because it's like instead of and I mean it kind of comes back down to like nigga, at the same time, like all the programming that this system has done to the minds, and then when somebody comes in with that opposite, in that opposite spectrum of like what they were taught in a sense, now it's like, wait, hold on, I ain't never heard no shit like that. What you just this nigga crazy? What is he talking about? You know what I'm saying? And then they want to cancel niggas, and so yeah, that's why I'm like, shoot, you can't shoot the messenger. Like, if you can't get the message, though, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you need to do some research. Like, ultimately, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers don't be wanting to do no kind of research, nothing to really, like, fact check to see what somebody talking about. They just been deeming crazy because of some previous shit that they didn't understand from that nigga. You know what I'm saying? So,
definitely.
That shit crazy.
Just going, and I know Kareem said this earlier, just being the type of motherfucker that go against the grain, right? Now, again, this nigga has Chip. He already got Chip, right? So it's just like, when you think about going against the grain, it's just like, nigga, at this point in time, it's not even a money factor. Take the money out of this shit. Nigga, this is what is really going on. This is really what's popping this shit. And Kanye could say, fuck all you niggas. He don't gotta speak. This nigga don't gotta say shit. This nigga can move to his own fucking island, have his own Kanye people, motherfuckers, and then just give them niggas a game. Like, you know what I mean?
And
but he's speaking to people on public platforms and shit just to see just to elevate niggas' minds. He don't got to do that. This is free game.
Who on that type of level, like Kanye, speaking like how he's speaking. Of course, we got the master teachers, and you know what I'm saying, like like that type of shit. But they're not artists. They're not famous in that light.
In that world, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like even putting Nick Cannon next to Kanye, that's like nigga, like that's a huge difference. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then like Kareem said, he really didn't say too much on his own podcast. Kanye saying
even with Kanye, that's what my bad. I'm gonna ask you a question though. What did he actually say? What did Kanye even actually say? Because they call it anti-Semitic. What did he say that was anti-Semitic?
See, that's a great question. And what he ultimately said was he was mad at the Jewish people, going back to what you were saying about them not really taking responsibility because what he said was that they are the voice of black people, right? So taking responsibility to say, hey, you want to know what? Y'all niggas is out here making the music, right? Y'all niggas is out here making the music, but to a certain degree, we dictate what's being mainstream. You know, we dictate the pop and shit, like you might like, the trends and shit.
Absolutely.
So it's just like, so how can y'all say that we're anti-Semitic, nigga? Y'all is if we're talking about niggas is Jews and y'all is allowing this deaf culture and funding this deaf culture, then who is the real anti-Semitics?
Right.
Like, so
and then my point is just that by asking that question, it's like, okay, I know he said something about DEFCON 3 or something like that, but like he really, when we talk about being anti-Semitic, or when we talk about somebody being racist and having racist talking racist and saying racist shit, let's point it out. What is he actually saying that's racist? He giving his opinion on what he sees and how he views the industry. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by how we see the power of these people and how they spin the narrative. You know what I'm saying? But we'll have people on TV saying nigger. We'll have people, you know what I'm saying, these white folks folks on TV saying all of this different type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And painting stereotypes on black people, and they don't do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? As they trying to do to Kanye right now.
Yeah, and see, that's like people to bend. That's what I'm saying. Like you can try to paint it as it's being racist, but the nigga is just telling the truth, and everybody knows this. Niggas know that niggas aren't the machine behind rap. You understand what I'm trying to say? Niggas is the artists. You might have some CEOs, you might have some, whoever, but the machine and the money that's behind it, that's funding this shit, niggas know it ain't niggas. So it's just like niggas. So just like you said earlier, Kareem, I don't know if you said this live or behind the scenes, just like, why don't y'all try to help create a situation to where it's just like, nigga, if you see we got a deaf culture, if we putting out drill music, if we doing all this other shit, and you guys are pro us, shut that shit down. Like, nigga, like there shouldn't be no way that we accept drill. We accepted drill music.
But that's how you know. That's how you know they not for us. You know what I'm saying? And that's that part that he was ultimately exposing and kind of showing and bringing light to is the fact that these niggas they doing this shit on purpose to keep themselves in control and us stupid killing each other. You know what I'm saying? Right. Ultimately, and it's like it's crazy to me, bruh. It's crazy to me that people can't see the pattern and what they do to all these black people that speak out. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit be blowing my mind. Like, damn, all the hundreds of people before Kanye that was speaking out and saying certain shit when they had the chance to and was getting canceled and damn near killed and all types of other shit. It's like y'all don't see the pattern of when people actually speak out and try to expose, what they actually doing in Hollywood or behind the scenes of this entertainment industry. Motherfuckers just getting canceled, shot. Like, you don't see the pattern to think like, okay, wait, maybe this shit is really like what they actually talking about is for real. You know what I'm saying? Or to even just look into the shit. It's just like, but then at the same time, they got it set up to where, nigga, you got to do a lot of research to really get the answer. You can't just be on Google searching and, you know what I mean? Like, you actually got to go in and really do that work. And people not trying to do that shit.
And that's why, and I hate to say it like this because I don't consider motherfucking sellouts. Niggas gonna do what they do. But that's why a lot of people don't speak. In my mind, that's why a lot of people don't speak about certain shit. Because it's just like, well, am I obligated to have a political view as an entertainer? Am I obligated to have a racial view as an entertainer? I'm just an entertainer. Am I obligated to be like a civil rights motherfucker? Like, you know what I mean? Or am you guys pay me for entertaining y'all for whatever movie, whatever song, whatever show, whatever, and then my shit is up. Nigga, we can have these fireside chats, nigga, off the record and shit. Like, you know what I mean? So I think that if a lot more people was involved, then now it's just like, okay, so we can't just write motherfuckers off no more. Like, you know what I mean? And this is what I mean by what Kanye's doing ultimately, right? Already got $1 billion, nigga. This is not about money. Like, you know what I mean? This is not about publicity stunt. He did have on a 2024 hat, and we already know about Kanye trying to run for president. I hate to say it, I don't think that Kanye's ever going to be president. I'm sorry. Like, you know what I mean? It's just not, in my mind, it's just not fathomable, right? I could be absolutely wrong. But I'm saying that to say, so when it comes down to the level of information that he's dropping and the energy that he's putting towards it, it has to be all real. It has to be raw. But there may be a situation to where they're trying to play him about his money that we don't know about too. Like, you know what I mean? So there's that factor part of it too. So I don't leave nothing, unturned and shit. But for the most part, the information that this nigga is dropping is not hard to comprehend. Like, you know what I mean? It just depends on if niggas is taking this shit as just as entertainment or if they're really looking into it. Like, you know what I mean? But you said so, I think yesterday, like, niggas ain't even in this nigga's tax bracket to even know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like behind the scenes, like it you can't even comprehend the level of what's popping for real. Like, you know what I mean?
That's why I'm like, I mean, you know, we got YouTube, we got Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all that type of shit. Ultimately, when just thinking about Kanye, you know what I'm saying? Like his tax bracket, that nigga's, you know, he could create his own YouTube shit. Like he, you know what I'm saying? Like ultimately, because they gonna for surely, you know what I'm saying? The more he continue dropping shit on their platform, the easier it is for them to just cancel that nigga or to remove the video or to, you know what I'm saying, stop that shit. So it's like, okay, create your own platform. And people still gonna watch just as much as they would watch it if it was on YouTube because it's Kanye.
It's
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So and that ultimately, I mean, he's already revolutionizing the game, but continue, you know what I'm saying? Like keep dropping that shit to the point where yeah, you start really pulling away, and hopefully that'll get other people on board, and like, you know, as far as certain people within those tax brackets or close to those tax brackets that actually want to, you know, that actually want to help the people for real, you know what I'm saying, and really start doing their own shit, kind of like what he was talking about with Sway and got all the answers, and then, you know, after he did, you know, pretty much create his own way to drop his clothing and his shoes and shit without going through fucking Old Navy or whatever the fuck he was using, Adidas, Nike, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like he dropped his shit on his own shit. It's like, okay, revolutionize the game in that same aspect when it comes to these talking platforms or these blogs or, you know, putting out information so that you don't get canceled on that type of time.
Definitely. And that's what, you know, he kind of was saying that. He said it a couple times, like, nigga, this DEFCON 3. Like, nigga, the only thing that y'all are going to do to shut me up is kill me, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? That's the but his message is already out. He didn't already planted the seed. Like, you know what I mean? So now the revolutionizing of the culture, or, you know, people that's going to come behind him, all of these different, you know, ideas, niggas, even though niggas, the smart motherfuckers is like, yeah, Kanye's crazy, yeah. But nigga, they better be taking notes if they're trying to be as wealthy as him, or as, you know, somebody that really has a voice for real. Like, you know what I mean? And the reason why I said wealthy is because when you start, in my mind, when you start touching certain tax brackets, nigga, they come pull up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, what you got popping for real? Like, you know what I mean? Is you one of them? Do we got to worry about you for real, or are you just gonna kick back? Like, you know what I mean? And so we see that shit all the time. What happened with Jay Prince, Suge Knight, and fucking Irv Gotti when they tried to do their Dougie? What happened? Niggas pulled up. Like, you know what I mean? What y'all niggas doing for real? You understand what I'm trying to say? So we
got too much money flowing.
Yeah, like we see it all the time. So it's just like, nigga, y'all niggas is finna try to do a distribution company. Nigga, y'all finna jump this fence and nigga just shut our shit down? Nah. Nigga, you better come out this first. You feel me?
Well, you know, that's one of the interesting things right there is, you know, to switch it to a different note, you know what I mean? It's interesting to see how they, you know, how the bank could come shut him down, how they could shut Nick Cannon down like that. Earlier, and one of the things that he mentioned was that they getting ready to I think that what's the smoke pack that they say? I guess, you know, I don't really follow the Chicago music or whatever, but one of the names that they say they smoking on, right? What's the famous one or whatever? I guess his mom is getting ready to sue. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be interesting to start seeing, like, what I'm saying is, like what I feel like what we need to start doing is, you know, just holding the same way that they can shut us down and cancel us. We need to start holding these companies, you know, accountable. You know what I'm saying, for what they putting out. And then you mentioned these distribution companies, even these distribution companies like Empire, or you know what I'm saying. Like if they putting out this music, and then we tracking this music back down to actual reality killings and shit like that, and you know what I'm saying, they just promoting it. We need to start shutting that shit down. You know what I'm saying? You know, it'd be interesting to see, like, okay, well, they saying smoking on, you know what I mean, whoever is a real life killing that happened in this company, this major company is distributing that music. So the same way,
I see what you're saying now. Okay,
right?
I got what you're saying now.
You feel me? So the same way they just got the white boy for lying on him, that shooting in Texas, right? They got him for billions or something like that, right? Alex, whatever his name is, right? Because he affecting people's lives and all this other kind of stuff. So it'd be interesting to see if they start suing and these companies start being affected. You see what I'm saying? Once we start affecting, why is it okay for Sony and Universal and all these other companies to join in and profit off the killing of black people? You see what I'm saying? I just don't get that.
But you see, like like you said, it at the end of the day, it's up to us. That's the main thing. You know what I'm saying? Like we still listening. Like they gonna put the shit out because they making money. They like, well, shit, I'm gonna put this shit out. If motherfuckers gonna listen to it, then nigga, that's on them. Ultimately, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we gotta change our shit. We gotta change our mind frame because we need to stop supporting that shit for real. Like really stop listening to that shit. But see, you go to the younger generation, they like, no, this the shit that I resonate with. You know what I'm saying? Like they not letting that shit go. It seemed like. So I don't know what you talking about. Like what is it gonna take for us to really like start canceling our own shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Fuck them canceling us. We the people.
Well, that's my point. Okay, well, let's look at other communities, other cultures. If you say something negative about anything, you know what I'm saying? It don't gotta be that thing. You say something about the Asians come and they step up or whatever, and they get it shut down. You know what I'm saying? Right. You say something about Mexican people or something, they get it shut down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's okay. We're gonna listen to whatever we listen to or whatever, but at the same time, when we start saying, okay, Sony, why are you putting out this music that's responsible for this, and we know it's linked to this and this and this and this, right? Y'all don't even want to. Okay, Tiger Woods cheat on his wife, and everybody cut connection with him, right? So why is it that y'all can be in connection with all of this type of different what's going on, and don't nobody hold y'all accountable? So I think we got to hold ourselves accountable, and we got to stop listening to it too. But we got to put pressure on some of these major companies and corporations. You know what I'm saying? And that comes down to us again to even hold ourselves accountable, to put pressure to step up and say, okay, this is wrong, and we need to change the narrative. You know what I'm saying? And put pressure on these companies. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Can I say something? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you're clear now.
I just want to say something to the last point that Kareem just made. When it comes to applying pressure to these companies, like I feel like sometimes we want other people to have morals, and that's just not the case. That's not reality. Like we can want that all we want, but Sony ain't forcing niggas to sign to their record label. So Sony ain't forcing niggas to rap the shit that they rapping. They just see that we doing that shit. They see an opportunity to make some money, sign us to the label, and they just profit off of that shit. So the only way to actually apply pressure to Sony and these other record labels is for the artists to leave and to start our own shit. But why would they stop doing something that's making them millions of dollars? Like just because we telling them it's not right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we already know these companies ain't standing on morals and principles. Like these niggas they in it for the money. Whatever it takes to get that bag, that's what they got because that's how they keeping this shit running. Like they keeping this shit going through that.
Right.
They keeping the control through that.
Even if you look at the history, and we can put it on evolution, but if we're looking at the history of music and what motherfuckers was getting paid, associated with what niggas is talking about, a lot of motherfuckers who was back in the day kicking that knowledge or kicking that science and shit, niggas they wasn't getting paid what these young niggas is talking about. Death is getting paid, like, you know what I mean? Not at all. Them niggas is getting paid millions, like, you know, they signing shit is crazy. So if you get somebody that's coming from impoverished community, that nigga got 10 siblings in the house, like, you know what I mean, and he got that one opportunity to sign that motherfucking contract, you think he ain't gonna do it? Like, you know what I mean? So
it's definitely gonna do it.
It's just like, I'm not saying that. Again, I don't want to put a sellout situation on that, but it's just like, nigga, hey, if I got it, however I feel like I got to feed my family, if I got an opportunity, I'm gonna do it. Like, you know what I mean? So
when we looking
But
at
if they
the
actually
bigger
had
picture,
the
though, right?
option, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
When we looking at the bigger picture and we talking about Kanye and we talking about the overall picture of how he talking about the Jews run the industry, right? Okay, so when we look at it from that perspective, okay, yeah, of course niggas is gonna sign the deals. Of course they gonna take the money. Of course it's us that's putting out the content, right? But at the same time, when we look at it from a bigger picture of who's running this shit, who's actually distributing this shit, I mean, now it's different from the streams and everything, but let's look at it from how this shit started. Who was actually putting this shit out? Who was actually manufacturing this shit? You know what I'm saying? From what we saying in a circle, a cipher, or what we saying in some laboratory somewhere that was in the hood, that's one thing. But who actually put that out to the world? You know what I'm saying? When they won't put that same content out, you couldn't be saying like that same content about white people. They won't put that shit out. You know what I'm saying? So if we even though it's us who taking the deals and we putting out those records, I mean, I get what y'all saying, because I guess the conversation could go back and forth forever, but I still feel like, okay, if they saying, okay, well, look, we can't put this out because if we put this, okay, so for example, you gave a good example with Nori, right? Nori and them say, okay, well, we can't put this out because if we put this out, that's gonna make us liable, because the content of what Kanye West is talking about is content that is, you know, make this community feel a certain type of way or whatever, so it make us liable. You see what I'm saying? So if now if we come in from that aspect, or when that Sony is like, okay, well, we can't put your music out, Mr. Drill rapper that's talking about all these 100 murders, and then we see it in the newspaper, the same shit you're talking about. So because it make us liable, what happens is you get a drift down effect, and now all the other rappers start saying, okay, well, look, he couldn't get no deal because all his music was about murder, kill. You know what I'm saying? So let's change the narrative of the music up, and then because the reason why they making the music is because that's what's selling, that's what we consume, but that's also what's getting pushed by the same people that Kanye West is talking about. They the one that's pushing the narrative. They the one that's pushing drill music. You see what I'm saying?
But what would you say the foundation of them pushing that shit is? Would you say they the foundation or the people the foundation?
I mean, I look at it from a couple different aspects, because you know there's conspiracy theories on the whole shit. You feel me? And they say, you know, rap started a certain way and there was meetings and all that. I don't want to go too much into that, but you know, if that's true, then that could be foundational. You know what I'm saying? And I do actually believe that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because when we look at the history of America and look at the history of white supremacist groups and, you know, all these groups that's been coming after our people for the longest, we see the same type of activity. So you know what I'm saying? If it looked like a duck, walk like a duck, and talk like a duck, it must be a duck. So why wouldn't I believe something like that? You know what I'm saying? Why it's not that hard to believe. You feel me? So
let me say this to that real quick. Again, one of the things that Kanye said, and I've been saying this shit for a minute too, was the trauma economy, right? So niggas could rap about, I'ma fuck your bitch, I'ma slap the shit out you when I see you, I'ma shoot you, nigga. I gotta switch on this motherfucker, nigga. I'm finna empty out this whole shit, and I'm finna double back. So they understand that we have not mentally and spiritually healed from something. So it's just like, nigga, so they can have a consensus on certain shit and be like, oh, okay, these niggas still ain't healed yet. Well, guess what? You put that shit in your music because that's what we do. Like, you know what I mean? Coming from what's that shit? God damn it. The Message with Melly Mel and them and shit, right? So when they started talking about the conditions and the ghetto and the projects and shit, they was like, hold on, nigga, everybody had to take a step back, like, this ain't the hip, the hop, this ain't that shit. Like, you know what I mean? We talking about what's really going on in the inner city. Like, you know what I mean? So when that shit came about, niggas was like, hold on, these niggas is like, now that's a form of, you know, that trauma shit. Like, nigga, I gotta get this shit off my chest. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like that expression of, like, you know what I mean? So now it's just like, okay, well, we can sell that. Okay, that works. And
that right there.
And then let's take that further. So now you like, okay, well these niggas is all in the projects, like, you know what I mean? So more than likely tensions is gonna be high. Boom. Throw drugs in the situation, nigga, everybody's at each other's neck. Hey, y'all got something to say? Nigga, we got this, we got the studio, and then come to the studio. Y'all wanna talk about some shit real quick? And then the shit just keeps on going on and on and on. So they already understand the business part of expressing yourself, right? And then the more that you express yourself, the more quote unquote real this shit is, the more that it sells, because people who may not even be a part of that lifestyle but see that shit is just like, yeah, that shit is real. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, when do we, and this is the, you know, when do we, and this is what you were saying, self, like, so is it more them or is it more us? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, before
I
we
say us.
yeah, exactly.
That's a
So
fact.
before we even get an opportunity to go on and do certain records, right? And this is just futuristic. This is just me just thinking. Like, nigga, can we have a council? Like, nigga, so what type of shit is going on in your life? Like, you know what I mean? What you got popping? You know what I mean? You got beef with a nigga, but what was the beef really about? Like, you know what I mean? Let's shut that shit down. Go to the studio and like then before you go to the studio, let's air this shit out. And then as a man, or it's hard to catch teens, because teens, and this is why music is always, or any type of movement is always fueled by the young life. Like, you know what I mean? Because the young life got energy that's just out there. There's no, you know, there's no control to it. It's all chaotic energy, and it's beautiful, it's passionate, and it's real. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to the elders or the OGs, is like, all right, so what y'all niggas really want to do with this? Like, how do you really feel? And we don't have that type of Congress or that type of community when it comes down to now with this music. Like, you know what I mean? These young niggas is just like what Kareem was saying earlier. These niggas is calling some weed some shit that these niggas in a nigga name for real, and they calling it a weed. Like, we smoking this nigga because we smoked that nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Who approves that? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, niggas just like, what? Oh, this nigga, it's just like,
right.
Nah,
let me throw this at you real quick.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me throw this at you real quick, right? Because okay, back in the day, they say that like Vanilla Ice, is a few other people, right? They say that these dudes, sold like just crazy records back in the day, and they say that most likely like some of them records that they made probably won't be broken and all this other shit, because at that time people was consuming music just at a different way that they consume music now, right? Now at that time, before, the music wasn't all negative. The music was a lot more positive. You know what I'm saying? So if we look, and the music was positive for a long time, and millions and millions and millions of albums were selling, right? So I don't think that it's because, of course, like violence sells. We know that. We know drama and all of that shit sells, right? But again, when we're talking about the foundational level of it, we know that we know that they said, okay, just like you said, they said, okay, well, let's take a look at this. Oh, they like this. Let's push this narrative. We already saw the narrative that was before. We saw how the narrative of the the Cosby Show was good until he did the recent bullshit or whatever. But different world and all of these type of all of the narratives that was pushing for black people to be successful. Every single show you saw, the black man, well, he had a job, he was taking care of his family, he was doing all of that, and then they changed the narrative. And again, we're talking about we talking about
the narrative.
Well, the media, right? Because when we talking about changing the narrative, now let's talk about TV shows. And we don't see the black man in the family in the home on TV shows. Now we looking at Power, we looking at Empire, we looking at different shit, and then we see this shit trickle down into the real life. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna cut it off right here, right? It's kind of just like when they say, okay, well, yeah, if you a kid and you watch a movie and you see some stupid shit on the movie, do you just go do it? No, but then at the same time, you kind of do go do the shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like, so you are actually influenced by the media. You are influenced by what you see, and we can see this shit in real life. So, yeah, I think it does come from a foundational level with them.
They can't push a narrative without us participating in the narrative. It always come back down to self. You know what I'm saying? They can have that goal and that agenda, But if we refuse to play in those movies and those TV shows as a people, like, nah, we ain't rocking with that. I don't fuck with that script. We ain't doing that. That's how we combat that shit. Only way they can keep getting us with those agendas is if we keep participating in that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it always come back down to yourself, to us as a people.
And that,
You know what I'm saying?
but I see what you're saying as far as like, you know what I'm saying, like the narrative, right? It like, but both of y'all, like, they push the narrative. It's almost like a test. You know what I'm saying? Like they
It is a test.
throw a rat in a cage, and they got a little maze, and they're like, nigga, let's see if this nigga make this right instead of this left. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they push a narrative, and
We keep falling
like,
for it.
hey, let's see how many people will watch this episode. Oh
Right.
shit, this episode done blew the fuck up. Let's keep pushing this shit out. You know what I'm saying? So in
Right.
a sense, it is the both. Like they did try to switch the narrative at one point because nigga, we was making love music and R&B and talking about the police and all the brutalities and all the shit, which was ultimately, you know, if that shit continued, was finna wake motherfuckers up. But they started showing people a different side, and that's the thing about media. They can show you whatever the fuck, how they want to show it, like in every aspect that they want to show it to you, and really paint a good ass picture that make you go, hey, bro, hey, you need to watch this shit. You need to, and they got little ass shit in there, bro, that's actually changing the way that
And
you
that-
perceive certain shit.
That's the
Yeah.
biggest
Exactly. And that might not even be the reality of things.
Facts,
The
exactly.
question is, why we keep falling for the okie doke every time, though?
Exactly, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like I look at that shit as war tactics, and we keep falling for it every time. We have no strategy. They got all the strategies, and we keep falling into a little mouse traps, like you said. So I feel like it comes back down to what Woon said: is the what's missing is that the niggas who actually got resources in our community, the older niggas is supposed to be OGs. They
Facts.
don't have a community or a council is actually, you know, kind of dictating the shit that we do as a collective.
Right.
They don't have,
That's a
like,
fact.
why isn't it? You can't tell me that between Jay-Z, Snoop, you know what I'm saying, Wayne, Bert, whoever you want to name, all these multimillionaire rappers and shit, that they don't have enough resources to put together their own distribution company, our own record labels where they don't have to sign to Sony and they can kind of more, you know, be a better influence to the type of music that's being put out there. Like, I don't understand why that shit ain't going down.
Yeah, and it's there's so many different people, even from back in the day, like because I do like a lot of just I watch hella random shit, not random, but you know just hella shit. But the dude John Amos, who played in the pop song Good Times, who also played you know Kusa Kinte and Roots and all the shit, he they killed off his character in Good Times because it was like, all right, nigga, so we just gonna live in the projects forever, and we just gonna keep on having the same project mentality, like niggas ain't gonna ever win. And it was just like, nah, niggas, like this is the show. And then he was like, nah, well, nigga, I'm not with that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's cool that they have the father there, but it's just like, nigga, but only thing we do is just struggle all the time. Can we
Right.
push a different narrative? Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
They was like, nah, bro, like, and so they killed off his character, like, you know what I mean? And he was cool with that. But it's just like, you know, when they do certain shit, it's just like, I believe that there's so many different actors behind the scenes. Like when you see niggas doing like you know, well, at least back in the day, they used to have like movies that go directly to video, but now it's just like, you know, movies that's like either Netflix movies or shit like that, to where it's just not like a big big production. It's just like these motherfuckers then probably they was just like, yeah, I put myself in this producer position. I'm not playing that game no more. Like, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of people that's out there doing a Dougie. And I have to say this part real quick, because Kareem kind of touched on it, kind of ignited me. So in the music, right, when we talking about putting out certain shit, niggas was calling this nigga MC Hammer a sellout and shit, right? So it's just like, what Hammer was doing was saying, like, nigga, I don't have to do none of that shit. Hammer was a street nigga. Like, you know what I mean? East Oakland nigga. Like, I don't have to talk about none of this shit that's going on. But because this nigga was making millions this nigga was outselling everybody. He wasn't a sellout. He was just outselling. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, nigga, and the music that he was putting out was high energetic, it was just like, yeah, but like niggas was like, oh, well, he wasn't talking about no street shit or no hood shit. But if you listen to some of his shit, he was putting out songs called "Help the Children," and that's why we pray. Just like certain little different things to where just like, nigga, listen to this nigga Hammer. He kind of lit, like, you know what I mean. But because he was put in such a spotlight to where the niggas who felt like they was keeping it real, like, you know what I mean, speaking about shit. But it's a fine line in between talking about the streets and embodying that you are from the streets and then speaking on it from that perspective. Like, you know what I mean? So a lot of people like NWA, like not Easy E, but Ice Cube and all them niggas, like, well, not MC Ren, but probably Ice Cube and who is it? Ice Cube. Well, let's just say Ice Cube. Ice Cube wasn't no street dude. Not to say that he wasn't affiliated, but he was a writer. So he understood that, nigga, I'm the narrator of this, right? So then when people start to see Ice Cube, we're just like, yeah, nigga, that nigga Ice Cube was a gangster. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like, no, nigga, I'm a journalist. I'm letting y'all know what's going on in the hood. So then people fall in love with what Self-Made was saying earlier, the messenger and not the message. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, nigga, what's the message? Don't fall in love with this image shit, because that's not nothing. Like, you know what I mean? What is the message about? Like, you know what I mean? So I think a lot of people get confused between being the messenger and being the image of the message. Like, you know what I mean? And then we fall victim of that, then it's just like, oh shit, nigga, then your ego pop. Like, and the music industry knows a lot of this psychological shit that goes on within the human psyche.
Right. That's what I was going to touch on.
With how music affects us as far as us being water bodies, and how music comes, like the music, not the words and shit, the words too, but just the vibrations of the music affects the body and how we receive certain different information. So
let me bounce it off of you real quick, off of that idea, right? Like for example, when if you keep telling somebody something over and over and over again and keep feeding that information to it, it's possible that they'll start to believe that. You know what I'm saying? If you keep telling yourself something over and over and over, it could be a lie. You might start believing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. Even though we say that, I mean, I get it. It does. We have to take control of our own self. We have to change the narrative for ourselves, right? But then when we look at it from, what's being done, like you said, from a psychological aspect, they have people that sit down in colleges and they have think tanks that have thought about this shit already. You know what I'm saying? So when you feed the narrative, whether it's the lie or whether it's the truth, people start to believe it. And then based on their own belief, you start to act out a certain way. That's just how human beings operate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you know what I mean? I mean, again, the conversation could go on and on forever about as far as where, like, the foundational source of it is definitely coming from both places. Definitely, we got to change the narrative ourselves. But I definitely see the system approach that they're using, and you know what I'm saying? It got to be highlighted.
We've been having faith in this system since, nigga, the beginning. Like, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker niggas is dropping guns and cocaine in the neighborhood, and we still, like, knowingly where that shit coming from, and we still voting. Niggas is still doing all the same systematic shit that we've been doing. So it's like, it ain't like, as far as with the media, the music, the news, these holidays, like, nigga, everything that this system has done created has been put in place to keep and maintain control over us. That's period. You know what I'm saying?
And that's fact.
You get paid at the same time. That's a double whammy.
On some, like, damn, you know what I mean? So it's like you said, like, the narrative has to change, but it got to start with us, because it's almost like we working with the system that we hate secretly. You know what I'm saying? That shit kind of weird. Like, how the fuck we hate and always got something to say about the system, but yet, nigga, we ain't the ones canceling shit. We still spending our money with these motherfuckers. We still going out to all their shit. We still watching all their shit. Still
the system is the one that's paying us. You know what I'm saying? The system is the one that's paying us. So it's just like with it's like how do you bite the hand that feeds you? You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to. That's basically what we got to do. We got to bite the hand that feeds us, and that's what don't nobody want to do.
That's a fact.
If you really think about what they're paying us, nigga, do you know what hip hop is? Do you know how much do you know? I'm talking about, and I hate to exclude everybody, but fuck everybody outside of America. I'm talking about Black Americans, right? Started hip hop that's worldwide that generates probably now trillions of dollars. There's nowhere that you can look right now and not see hip hop ever. Like it's done. Like nigga, it runs the world. So
Right.
think about the little pieces of crumbs that niggas is getting. They might pick 2 niggas a year, maybe 3 niggas a year that they give a bag to. Boom. But they give a bag and they got a contract. That everybody knows what the contract look like.
Right.
So it's just like if we're talking about nigga now, because we know this. So it's just like nigga, can we renegotiate these contracts? Do we have? And it's not even a question no more. And this is what I feel like Kanye's at. Fuck, who's asking anymore? It's just like nigga, we finna just start dropping shit. Like, and if not
exactly.
him, if not him, then who's gonna do it? He's already touched billions. Like nigga, who else? Nigga, he's in the position to do it, and he's in the position to do it. And what is niggas doing? Oh, he's crazy. Oh, we right.
Wait, you saying Kanye's in a position to do what though?
He's in a position to drop the seed. I'm not saying, and he said it. I'm not saying that he is ultimately physically and in real time changing shit. But if you follow his blueprint, you can see that. Now, if we look at a person like Jay-Z, if we follow he put out an album called Blueprint, right? So if we follow his blueprint, we can kind of see it, like, you know what I mean? If you look at what Nipsey was doing, you know what I mean? You can follow that blueprint, like, you know what I mean? So there's certain niggas who's dropping shit. But in terms of coming out and speaking on, you know, because there's a way to do everything, right? And I believe that, you know, sometimes just speaking is not enough. Sometimes we got to put some shit in a sandwich. Sometimes we got to put it in the Kool-Aid. Sometimes we got to put it in, you know what I mean? And whatever we got to do, just so when the people digest it, you know, they don't choke on it, or it's not that hard of a pill to swallow. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, okay, that sandwich was good. Hey, by the way, when I ate that sandwich, nigga made me think of, like, you know what I mean? So the artistry that we have the opportunity to do, and this is why I always tell people, I had a conversation with a female, and she was like, man, you know, they got all this shit going on and yada, 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 and woody blah, whoa, whoa. And I just want to speak, and I got to speak, and I got to say this. And I was like, fuck all that shit. And I'm calming her down and shit. But I'm like, man, fuck all that shit. She's like, no, I won't. She's like, you know exactly what I'm talking about because we talk about this shit all the time. Like, why don't you create? Think of a way to express yourself through art. Everybody has because they shut down freedom of speech. That shit is out of here. But as far as putting art out there and to put a message out there, to say it, now we understand that it's dangerous and maybe haphazardous, right? Unless you just want to be a martyr and don't give a fuck. Me personally, I say whatever the fuck I feel like. I don't give a fuck because I'm
right. Likewise.
So, but when it comes down to other people that still want to function in society and still have, you know, certain responsibilities and they want to do that shit, well, hey, nigga, just you gotta find a dope way to do it. Like, be artistic with your shit, right? Now, going back to Kanye, he's in a position because what else does he need to do? That nigga started off wanting to be a rapper as a producer. He didn't already did the rapper shit. Like, you know what I mean? He didn't already fuck millionaire. These niggas is setting the standards to be billionaires now. We talking about B's, not M's. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, he didn't already did that. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, at this point in time, and this is what I'm saying, that what he's doing right now, he's been doing it, but niggas just been writing him off. But he's been dropping shit. It's just like, at what time are we going to stop and say, hey, maybe this nigga ain't as crazy as we think he is? Maybe
I think he both. Like, I feel like he's, I ain't gonna say he crazy because that's dismissive, but Kanye is more of a talker than a doer. And I guess his talking points do spark something in people, you know, the people that's listening to him. So maybe that's the role that he plays, you know what I'm saying, to wake something up in other niggas. But as a billionaire, you know, he could be doing a lot more instead of talking so much. And when he talks, he destroys a lot of relationships with people. You know what I'm saying? He's saying fuck Diddy, fuck Meek Mill because they didn't tell him where his child was. That's some emotional unintelligence to me. You know what I'm saying? And he's severing relationships with people he actually can be building with to actually make the change that he's speaking about. So I feel like he's a complainer, but he say a lot of real shit sometimes, but then he come right back with some foolish shit right afterwards. So he's not a proper, revolutionary, but he is sparking something. That's what I would give him.
And see that he said that in that Drink Champs interview. He was like, "Nigga, I don't have to be that." Even Pac said it. I'm not going to be the person that changed the world, but I'm going to spark the brain to change the world. Like, you know what I mean? Because even Pac was wrote off as being crazy. Like, oh, that nigga's he wilding. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like when you are, and just think of how young Pac was, but Kanye's kind of like older. But just think of anybody who's in that position, like, you know what I mean? Because we have fucking martyrs. We have Martin Luther King. We have Malcolm X. We have all of these different people who had that same type of star power, who was in that position. But guess what happened? These niggas is dropping seeds and jewels all day. Has anything really changed? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like at this
because
point,
it's a lot of talking. It's
no. This is what I'm saying. Like, as much as there is talking, there's a lot of people who's following, right? So when we talk about followers, we're talking about people who are looking for a savior. We're talking about people who are looking for some type of person to come in and be like, okay, well, this person is going to do it for us. But it's just like, no, nigga, I'm gonna drop the seed, and whatever that you want to do to revolutionize your situation is up. I can't save, like, I can't do it because it's again. As soon as I try to do something, I'm crazy to y'all. Like, you know what I mean? And I got the odds against me because the media is pushing me out as being crazy. So it's just like sometimes, and I'm not trying to, because I understand what you're saying fully, because we still have to understand that Kanye West is a businessman, right? So we still can't just put him in that place. And I know what you're saying, Christian. That's what I'm saying. We can't just 1,000% put him in that place because he's still a businessman at the end of the day. But in terms of dropping certain shit that he's been dropping, just like other rappers do, just like some actors do, just like certain people in positions do, you know, you can only say so much, you can only do so much, and it's up to the person who's spilling probably a part of like the America being fuck is the word that I'm looking for, being oppressed. It's just like, okay, well, nigga, this is what you do. Like, this is how I'm going to do it. Like, this is what I would suggest. I'm not saying you follow my blueprint, but say this, take it or leave it. Like, that's all that we can do. Because imagine us even trying to get our family to follow a certain blueprint. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, here, I got some shit that I got that'll work for me, but you may be living a different lifestyle that don't. What I'm speaking to you sound Chinese. I've been to China to understand how the Chinese speak. You ain't never been there, so I sound crazy to you right now. Like, you know what I mean? Everything I say sounds like ching, chang, chong. Like, it don't even make sense to you. Like, you know what I mean? So on that type of time, it's just like, you know, I think, again, what I was saying about the celebrities, sometimes, nigga, I'm not responsible for being a role model. Sometimes I'm not doing that, but we may have points and times to where it's just like, okay, I'm say some real shit though. So just give me that, and then I'm gonna just back up. Like, you know what I mean? I think that we put a lot of pressure on other people, so the change always
that's real.
And J. Cole kind of said that. Like, I fuck with J. Cole and shit too, but you know, he was just like, you know, the change starts within self. Like, you really can't, you know, just expect anybody just to come out. Like, it's all, the revolution is within self. Like, you at this point in time, we ain't even talking about the system no more. Like, you know what I mean? You are the system. What's your system look like? Like, you know what I mean? And that's what I think. That's what everybody was saying. Like, we can blame them all day. We can blame the system all day. That's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that because we see what they allow. But what do we allow? What do we contribute to the system? Are we a part of the a sprocket in a machine that's keeping it going?
Right, right.
Like,
Well,
you
let's
know
look
what I
at
mean?
this. Let's look at this. They say that the highest group of educated people on the planet right now is African American women. When we look at the condition of from when we look at black people and where we went from slavery to where we are now, no group of people on the planet has progressed in from that point in such a short period of time to get to the levels that we at now ever before. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at it, the narrative isn't true in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That they pushing, but this, and I hate to keep going back and forth, but that's why I still go back to and I think that where we got to get involved on I think that because they own everything, like the solution is we got to start like somebody mentioned, we got to start taking control of our own music, putting out our own music and distributing our own music, and being responsible and accountable for the content that's in that music and shows and everything else, just media period, right? And then we also gotta be more active in holding the people accountable who's putting out this content. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like that's us. I feel like because they own everything, that's us doing exactly what the brother keeps saying, as in taking responsibility. Because say if only 20%, say if only 10% of our people is living this way, right? But this is always what they showing. It's always what they showing. It's always what they showing. You see what I'm saying? So then what you get is you get more people doing that, more people doing that, more people doing that. So we definitely got to go up against the system a little bit harder. I feel like we just be laying down when it comes to these corporations, these companies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, you absolutely correct. And the fucked up thing about that, especially right now, is that we have a lane like streaming. Like there's the independent game is lit.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the blueprint that Nipsey was on. And if
Exactly.
anybody like fuck the music, listen to what Nipsey was. The independent game is nice. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like real quick, it's just like a lot of people that don't have that hustle about themselves or want to touch a certain level of money. Like, you know what I mean? Because like, sometimes people don't have hustle. That's just, and this is, and I hate to bring this up, but this is just like my situation with my children's book. Like, you know what I mean? I got that, like they gave me a couple different options, and my shit was just like, nah, nigga, I want to get out and touch. I'm a hustler. Like, I'm gonna get out and touch the people. So I don't need y'all to, set me up with no type of situation to where it's just like this. I'm gonna go out and do this. Like, you know what I mean? And a lot of people don't have that drive, which is why you get people that sign fucked up contracts because, oh, y'all could do this for me. Y'all doing all this for me. Y'all doing this for me. But so they 360 you to where like, yeah, they did all that for you, but nigga, you paying all of that back. Like, now you're stuck within their shit. Like, you know what I mean? But now even with this streaming shit, it's just like niggas is getting streams and shit, but niggas is really some people, I don't want to say all, still understand the streaming game, but then still is looking for that big, let me sign this contract back. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like,
that's because the stream is paying pennies. Like, I don't know if you've seen how much Spotify and all that shit paid. Like, you got to get 1 million streams to make maybe like $4,000. You know what I'm saying? That ain't shit. So niggas trying to make that extra bag, get to the real money. To me, what it all come down to is very simple, man. Like, it's two things that black people are lacking that we need to increase our intelligence in, which is our financial literacy and organization skills and political. So we need financial power, organizational power, and political power. You know what I'm saying? All these other races, Jews and shit that they complain about, I don't like to eat. Okay, it's good to acknowledge, the power structure that they created and how they're influenced us. That's cool. But to complain about it and keep talking about that, it ain't gonna get us out of this loop. You know what I'm saying?
But
We
let me ask you
literally,
this:
yeah.
do you think I got to put it in a certain way? But do you think that we can change the narrative of what the system is pushing out so that we can thrive a little bit better or become that powerhouse or whatever? Or do you feel like this shit got to go?
When you say this gotta go, what gotta go?
The whole system. Like throw this
See,
whole bitch away.
let
Yeah.
me. I'm sorry, you asking. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
Nah. Okay. What was I about to say? So basically, my point is that I want to say the whole system gotta go. We just gotta organize better. Like I'll make it real simple like this. Like how I see it is that one of the main things that we need to learn in business, we need to learn as far as becoming financially free is we need to get business literacy. Niggas gotta learn how to create product-based businesses. Service-based businesses are cool, but even rapping, especially if you sign into a record label, you're still providing a service. You know what I'm saying? I guess you could say your music, the album is the product, but you still trading your time for money. You got to keep rapping, you got to keep touring, you got to actually trade time for money. But what we need to figure out how to create is passive income. So,
Yep.
like right now, I own a service-based business, which is cool, it pay, but I got to go to work every day. It takes so much of my time and shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta trade my time for money. So the key to financial freedom is for us to create products, a product that adds value to the world or solves a problem or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? But you need to create a product and that's gonna take time. It's gonna take work to create. But all it takes is one good product for you to become a millionaire. This is how Kanye became a billionaire from the fucking Yeezy brand. This is a product. And this is why I don't understand why he's not teaching that. That's the seed he should be dropping, is how these niggas need to be creating businesses. You know what I'm saying? The music is going to come after that, because if we all become financially free, then we can fund our own music. Because the only thing that we need these niggas for is for funding and shit. We sign it to them so that they can give us a loan to promote our music, shoot music videos, give you a wardrobe. If we had our own money, then we can fund all that shit ourselves. And then once we can fund our own music, then we can push our own narrative. But then if you sign it to them and they expect you to rap about a certain thing, now you under their contract and their dictation and shit.
Right.
You feel me?
But now when you say like, okay, because ultimately, like when you say that, as far as being able to push our narrative, which means something would have to happen to their narrative. Ultimately,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's the strategy to push that narrative to the side. We got to dominate the space with our narrative, because I feel
that's the only place where I'd be like, all right, like it's almost like motherfucker, they created the monopoly game in a sense, the way that they got it right now. I'm not gonna say the full spectrum, but the way that they have it set up, they got that shit, in a specific way, in a specific manner. Do you think that they allow you to change their shit? You feel me? That's why I said that, and I tried to put it in a certain way on some like, can you change their system versus like, oh, us doing our own thing, we would have to let go of all of their shit. Like, nigga, we would have to create our own money system, our own everything. Because if
we ain't gotta create our own money, we ain't gotta necessarily, like you saying, like get our own bank and create our own dollars and economy and all of that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That
they're the ones in control of it. The
only way we can actually create our own bank and have our own dollars if we had our own land and our own nation. You know what I'm saying? But while we have to go fucking
military.
What you say?
I said our own military, because to back that shit, you're gonna have to have a military to back that.
You're gonna need a military.
So that's what I'm saying. Like we would only be able to go so far before they be like, nigga, nah. Like there's something, because it's within their shit. That's why I'm like,
that's why this shit is war, bro. Like
that's what I was finna get at. Like when you think about it, it turns to a civil war, like on some revolutionary type shit. Like
that's
shit gotta
the real
get bad
revolution
before it get good.
Oh, it's gonna get bad. but it's gonna get good first, then it's gonna get bad. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's what I'm saying. That's later. It could happen while we alive. We might be the niggas to do it. Who knows? But we got to start what we can start, which is basically getting our finances up first, because we ain't gonna have no power if we ain't got no money. We ain't gonna have no resources to do these things. You're gonna need money, and you're gonna at least have to use their money against them. You gotta use their money against their own system. But we need their money right now. And once we become financially free, you know what I'm saying, and actually, unlock this passive income, then we're gonna have time to actually strategize and do other shit. But right now, as we keep working their jobs, working, signing to their record labels and being dependent on them, we are always gonna be subject to their narrative. Because we depend on them. We can lose our job, you can get dropped from the label, you know what I'm saying? But if you on your own label, they can't drop, you ain't gonna get dropped from your own shit.
But most people not gonna do that. Like most people not finna drop everything because again, they got bills to pay. They got certain shit that they.
If you was a rapper, you are a rapper. If you was signed though, to Sony or some shit, right? But then let's say, I don't even want to use Kanye West and Jay-Z because they had their own labels, but it was still under other labels and shit. Let's say it was a group, say them niggas started their own independent distribution company, their own record label, like it was no other nations involved. Like it was purely owned by them. And they was like, hey nigga, we'll buy you out your contract. Come over here, nigga. Like we doing some black shit. You wouldn't leave Sony under them circumstances? I feel like any nigga in his right mind would.
This is what I was saying with that earlier with because niggas tried to do that. So we gotta give props to Jay Prince, Irv Gotti, and Suge Knight. They're trying to come together and make that distribution company happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? To do that shit. But as soon as they try to do that, this is when we talking about the system again. Now the system stepped in and said, hey nigga, what y'all got popping? Like, you know what I mean? And so all them niggas got indicted. Like, you know what I mean? All them niggas that now they're starting to do federal investigation on artists. Niggas is going to jail.
Ricos and all that shit. Yeah.
All these different beefs popped up after that. Like, you
think they gotta maintain the control. You can't.
They got to.
If shit start getting out of hand and motherfuckers start making too much money, bruh, they finna inflate some shit. They finna do something to where they can shrink niggas right back down to where
that's why you gotta be clean. Whoever the head of the nation can't have a criminal background. He can't have no shit on him. You can't have no fucking.
But it ain't even about that because they'll put some shit on you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how this system is, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like there really is no winning when it comes to this shit. The only way is to drop it.
When you say drop it, you saying drop the whole, like leave America. Then you're saying leave America.
No, not even leave America. Like. And this is what I mean by drop it. Motherfuckers is going to work. If everybody stop going to work tomorrow, nigga, this shit's done. It's over. It will be a wrap. And then the thing about it is, that's why I say, like, motherfuckers ain't growing their own food. Motherfuckers ain't curing their own, like, the basics. Motherfuckers ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? We would have to, we literally, because we went so far down this road of damn near, like, it's like we taking hella steps back going down they road instead of walking forward on our own shit. So now we got to make up for all them steps backwards that we done took, which means it's like we starting from the bottom again. But then that come up from there, and it's not even really starting from the bottom because of everything that we ultimately know right now that we have. You know what I'm saying? But on that type of time when it comes to money, like what is money? Money is us. We the money. You know what I'm saying? Like we the fucking power. So it's like when we stop all of that shit and we start doing our own, and that's what I'm saying. So like
niggas as a collective never gonna quit their jobs at the same time though. Like it's just not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
I hate to say, and I don't know if you meant niggas like all across the board, like all races. But ain't no all races doing that.
Exactly. It ain't gonna happen. So even though that strategy could make an impact, it's not realistic. Like it'll never happen. So this already accepted the fact, Like
The only other way is this shit crash on its own, which is already looking like it's finna do. You know what I'm saying? Just based off of the dollar, because we know that the dollar, when it comes to trading and gas and all this shit we getting imported and inflation and all that shit, how they got it set up, it ain't backed by shit. So ultimately, this shit is finna crumble at some point. And that's why I feel like they got all this crypto shit going, because they need a backup plan to be able to maintain that control. Because if this money shit crash and niggas ain't got like a grocery store to go to, or you know what I'm saying, they ain't got the money to go to the grocery store. The grocery store closed because nigga money ain't ain't got no value. Then that's when it's like, all right, what the fuck is we finna do? Like, what we got popping right now? Because nigga, shit finna start getting real bad without, you know what I mean?
The only thing with that strategy, my bad, go ahead.
Oh no, just real quick. That's what I was gonna say about what we was talking about with Kanye earlier. No matter what type of jewels this nigga we feel like he can drop, if you don't got that mind to pick up or intercept that energy, like you can drop jewels all day. You'd be like, nigga, fuck what Kanye talking about. Nigga, I'm gonna go to work tomorrow. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like you ain't even, and that's what I mean by niggas not even on his tax bracket. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, I still gotta do what I gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to that, it's just like the idealism of having one person, maybe 2, 3, 5, 10 billionaires do something to make something happen. Niggas don't even trust
each other.
Either themselves enough to make something pop, or you don't trust the motherfucker in the position to make something pop. So this is where we're at. Like, you know what I mean? So at this point in time, it's just like, you know, what can we really do? And it's just like, you know, it's and this is what certain people understand, that this is a game to be played if you win the game. Like, you know what I mean? I think that's what you're speaking to right now, Christian, as far as, you know, being in the game. If you're gonna be in the game, well, shit. Well, we got some blueprints of the game to where it's just like, okay, if we're not like we may not sign this contract, we're gonna build these niggas up, we're gonna save this money, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna make it pop like that. So, like, you know what I mean? So we in the game, even though the main thing is to cut out all the middleman in the game. Fuck the monkey in the middle. Like, you know what I mean? Monkey in the middle shit ain't popping. I want that direct shit. Like, you know what I mean? So if you're not playing the monkey in the middle game, nigga, you got direct access to shit. So, you know what I mean? When people start, and this is what, again, I hate to say it, but this is what Nipsey was talking about. Fuck the middleman. All money in, no money out. Like, you know what I mean? So if you look at the blueprint, this is what type of time people was on if you're going to play the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so there are certain people that's just like, I fuck the game. Like, and this is, I think, kind of like what Self was at, just like, fuck the game. Like, you know, I don't even want to play this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, if there's enough people that say they don't want to play the game, then what is the game? Like, you know what I mean? But then, at what level are we talking about? How many players do we got that I
love the game. I ain't even gonna lie.
See, that's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that's what I was just gonna say. Like, certain people like the game and just like, nigga, well, it makes it's something. And America the government understands this. When I say government, I mean that the government, right? The control of the mind, understand that certain people have that, and this is why we have what they say, the fucking there's a certain word I'm looking for, but I'm everywhere right now. But it's a certain word to where, like, nigga, I gotta get it and fuck what everybody else has got going on. What's that shit? Capitalism, right? So it's just like when you got that capitalism, when you have that type of mentality, nigga, somebody gotta win, somebody gotta lose. And what is a game? Somebody gotta win, somebody gotta lose. Like, you know what I mean? When it comes down to that aspect, it's just like, nigga, they market this whole country off of capitalism. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when people understand that part of the game, now you have the option to say, hey, you want to know what? If I'm going to be in the game, I understand that somebody has to lose on the account of me winning. If you in that position is to own that, it's up. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm gonna sidebar that real quick before you go.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah.
Sidebar that, because some people that feel like they're losing can still see a win in that lose. You understand what I'm trying to say? So on the other side of that, it's just like, well, nigga, if I know it's a win-lose situation, I'm not even finna participate because I don't need to be big me for some. If I have to be big me or somebody has to be little them for me to be big me, then that is I don't want to even participate. Like, you know what I mean? And that's where it comes down to, where you at mentally, spiritually, whatever.
Do you feel like you feel like as a capitalist, if you start any type of business and you somebody automatically gonna be down?
See, and let me say this real quick.
This is a pyramid.
Now, that question was so dope because it opens up so many different things, right?
Right.
Like me with music, right? It's just like, okay, nigga, like a lot of the music is inspired by society already.
Yeah.
For the artists. You get some artists that just have their own personal, what they got popping, they'll write it down, they'll put it out. But some artists understand that it's just not about self. You have to say something that people actually relate to, meaning that you're selling people what they already have, and that's why they buy it because it's them. They relate to it. It's a reflection of who they are. So the exchange is this nigga said, I don't know how to rap. I don't know how to sing. I'm paying him because he's saying what I feel, but he's saying it, and now he's speaking for me. I'm the voice of the people at this point in time. That's a fair exchange to me. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to certain things, it's just like, okay, if we're talking about, I can go outside right now and go pick an apple from the tree. But you get niggas that's in the store, they be like, nigga, this apple, this apple is like at least a couple dollars. Who's that for?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like what is your position in this shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, where do you stand at? How do you put yourself? How do you place yourself? How do you gauge things? For me personally, to answer your question, I understand that again from capitalism, right? And this is what makes this. They say money makes the world go round. So even though I may sell somebody something, right? As you know, and I might be getting it for a lower price, but guess what? I put in the work to get this shit. This is my IP. This is my IP. This is my intellectual property that I'm putting out there. And I did the work and I did this shit and I did all this shit to make this shit pop. Boom. I'm going to sell it. Like, you know what I mean? So at that point in time, I'm only selling it. I can like this, and this is, you can sell shit for whatever. Energy is the currency, right? So we're not just talking about money. We're talking about energy, right? So on that type of time, it's just like, okay, yeah, so my energy exchange for your energy. Like, you know what I mean? So on that type of time, there's no victim in fair exchange. I know that there's a different stand for that, but y'all understand what I'm trying to say.
Right. Now I get it.
But when it comes down to a certain level to where motherfuckers is actually losing for real, dying for real, niggas is like to where the stakes are higher than what they would normally be, then that's when it becomes a problem. Like, you know what I mean? That's when it becomes, all right, nigga, I gotta knock a couple niggas off. Like, you know what I mean? In order for me to survive, then that's when the exchange is like, is this really a fair exchange? Or is this
so you saying that capitalism can either be, depending on how you play the game, it could either be a fair exchange or it can be, you know what I'm saying, somebody have to lose in order for you to win. It depends on how you play the game, man. What your product is.
Well, it's just based on how you what the loss is for real. Just like I said, if it's a loss to where a motherfucker, like, you gotta knock a couple of niggas off in order to survive.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Certain niggas don't want to play that game. This is the
right.
You know, drugs is on that. Like, nigga, oh, these niggas.
Yeah, that's the drug game.
They go shut down the whole block, niggas up. Like, but in terms of business, I may sell a motherfucker something, and they may buy it. Like, you know what I mean? But what I sell to them, they could pick that shit up, learn from that, turn around and sell to somebody else. Like, you know what I mean? And this is what I mean by money makes the world go round. We understand that.
Right, right,
But
right.
at a certain point in time, if we know that, and I think this is what ultimately what Self was talking about, the America was built upon what?
Right.
What's the infrastructure on how America was built? Now,
Slavery.
of course, we're going to play the game because we're alive. Like niggas up, nigga. This is what life is. Like, you know what I mean? To say
But
it's just
see,
simple, but it's just like, you know, when it comes down to the system, it's just like if we know, like we're not, they're not, in my mind, they're not going to allow us to change that shit. Fuck a voting. Like nigga, if it's built upon corruption, nigga, you think you
that's
finna
what,
vote your way
right.
out of this shit? No, it's not gonna happen. So it's either you're going to play this game how the system is, how we set it up. You're going to take the approach of the Panthers and the Black Liberation Army and try to overthrow the government, or nigga, you just gonna, hey, y'all can have that.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? So the
I do
options.
want to say this real quick though, because like how I see it a way, like until the wheels do fall off, I ain't gonna be broke. You dig what I'm saying? So we gonna get this money. You
I
feel me? But nah, like say me, you, and Self started an organization, and then let's say all three of us created businesses, and then we created an organization like a family,
right,
and other niggas like us, males and females, whoever wanted to join the organization, as long as they on our frequency and everybody, on the same page, we get
right,
them the same game that we got. And we
right,
teach them how to create a product. Now they up. Now they got a business that they running. We can even get to the point where everybody who joined the organization, we all come together, think of a product or a business to give to that person. Like, all right, you
right,
take this product and you sell this and you keep all that money. Now we got an organization of Black men and women that we're empowering, giving them the game, teaching them how to become financially free. Now we all got businesses. We only shop with each other. You sell shirts. I sell fucking vacuums or whatever the fuck it is that you create. We
right.
buying it from each other, keeping it within the family. And really, we can grow that as far as we want to grow it. As many people are willing to be a part of that organization. But
Yeah,
But see
true.
also,
that that no, go ahead, go ahead.
now, what was you about to say? I'm gonna finish after this.
I was gonna say to me that what you just talked about is kind of like what Woon was talking about, like as far as like an even exchange. Like I consider that bartering in a sense, like
Right.
physical things. Like nigga, I got apples, nigga, you got oranges, nigga, what's popping? You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly. Exactly.
I got vehicles and you got, you know what I'm saying, boats and shit. Like, hey, what's popping? You know what I'm saying? But if I
Right.
come to you with some money and then you have the product, that ain't an even exchange. Like, yeah, you getting the money. You can say it's an even exchange, but when I say like it's not an even exchange, I'm saying that as the fact of like it ain't backed by shit. It's fucking paper. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Right.
The energy that you're doing, like the energy that you utilize to get that paper is one thing. You know what I'm saying? To be able to buy a product, but that's that like you have to use your physical, you know what I'm saying, strength to get that paper versus the shit already being there in a sense. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I guess a different way to put it is like
Nah,
these niggas like what Woon said. These niggas will charge you to get an apple off of
Right.
a apple tree instead of telling you, hey, they got seeds in these apples. You can plant your own shit and we can start trading. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly. So, and that's why it depends on what your product is, what you selling. If you selling me something that I could get on my own, like an orange, I could pick from a tree. You selling me shit that's really already belong to me, like from nature.
I
But
said that's what I was trying to say earlier.
you feel me?
Right.
But if I create, that's why I always ask myself when I'm trying to think of a product, like what can I create that will actually add value to the world that people will benefit from? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? If you
That
selling
part.
shit, that's what I always ask myself, and that's really the secret to getting rich. Becoming wealthy is like, because people always thinking, what can I get? Like, how can I get money? Like, what can I do to get money? But my thought is, what can I do to add value? What can I do to help? You know what I'm saying? And if you have that mentality,
that part.
you know what I'm saying, you always gonna get that return
That's not,
of
and
energy.
see, like you said, exactly like that. I wouldn't consider that capitalizing, because you know what I'm saying. Like you're now helping, like for really helping not only yourself or the person that's wants to buy your service or whatever. You helping them, they family, like the world, the earth, like you know what I'm saying. It's almost like like how right now this whole shit is about biodegradables. You know what I mean? If you're gonna have a product, put that shit in the biodegradable to help the earth out. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's that new wave of like, nigga, I want to show love ultimately.
Showing
you know
love,
like,
right. That's the best businesses.
Exactly. That's the best.
It's like if I created a book and I sold you a book for $10, but that book got all the game in it for you to make $1 million, then you didn't lose buying that book.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's the thing. Ultimately, when you get on that type of time, on that type of frequency, everything at that point is about sustainability, because that's love for not only yourself but your family, the earth, the planet, everything that you really understand about this place that we at. It ain't I don't want to capitalize. I want to help you because you helping me at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be creating gas cars that's polluting the earth and fucking up all types of other shit. And you know what I'm saying? It's like I want to be able to sustain not only myself but the people that I'm helping, and you know what I'm saying, the planet ultimately, because it's like right now this shit ain't sustainable. We know this shit ain't sustainable. We see the dollar go up, we see that bitch go down, like you know what I'm saying, this shit fucking around crash, and now everybody's shit out of luck because don't nobody know how to do nothing else. You know what I'm saying? So
the crazy,
oh no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the crazy thing about it is that on the same money, on the same paper, motherfuckers could put a 1 on there, a 5 on there, a 10 on there, a 50 on there, 100 on there. And as long as you put that shit, it's the same paper.
Same thing, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So this is the crazy thing about it is, and I know that you mentioned wealth, Krishna, when it comes down to that. And you know, sometimes when it comes down to bartering, right? I think they put it in the movie Ip Man, to where like, you know, he didn't have to really buy nothing in his community, right? Because he was so invested in the people and giving them whatever he was giving them, that they were, hey, do you need groceries? Do you need such and such and such? Do you need this? Do you need that? So it's just like, you are the bag. You are the wealth. Like, you know what I mean? And this is what I mean, like, the energy is the currency. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, you are the bag. And I don't, like, sometimes people don't understand that. And going to my point, what I just said about putting the 1, the 5, the 10, the 20, the value on the paper, it's just like, what value do we put on ourselves? We are the, you know what I mean? So it's just like, what are you selling yourself as? Are you the 10? Are you the dude? Like, just like I said with the last show, like, nigga, if I get a bitch that's selling pussy, bitch, I need $10,000 every time you fuck.
Right.
It may sound crazy, but if we gonna put a value on self, it gotta be up. Like, you know what I mean?
That's deep as fuck. I'm telling you, you be the perfect pimp with that mentality, my nigga.
Hey, premium, bro.
Premium.
You got them $40 chicks, but when my bitch come through, nigga, it's up. We ain't $40.
Right. That's crazy.
Messing with all the millionaires and shit.
Like, you know, the wealth, bringing it back full circle, going back into the industry, right? It's just like, you know, what we accept is what they're going to give, right? So it's just like, okay,
premium pimping.
That's the new one right there.
I'm taking that. I'm saying that for life, nigga. I'm the premium.
This shit premium around here, bro.
Right. hey, you might as well. Hey, life come out that motherfucker. You better make it pop.
Right, right.
But when it comes down to the value that we put on ourselves, especially if we know, again, just like I was saying, like life come out this motherfucker. So in music, life comes out of music. Like, you know what I mean? All of these different things come up out of this. So the stamp that we put on it is just like, okay, so what, like, what can we put it as? Like, you know what I mean? And can we really control the narrative? And I believe that we can. In terms of that, I believe that we can, to where it's just like certain artists, like niggas got to take that pay cut. Niggas got to, like, niggas strike every day, B. Niggas going strikes. Nurses, balling ass nurses on strike. Like, hey, like y'all niggas is playing with the game. We going on strike. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? It was just like
Right.
that mentality. Like, nigga, don't hop on this bus, nigga. We finna walk. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the blueprint is always there, but it just depends on who's finna fuck around. Like, you know what I mean? And it's crazy.
It's
crazy
niggas like us.
the strike
But
shit and walk shit, because sometimes when people call walking striking, like, I'm finna strike to this, it's crazy. But anyway,
Right.
I just had to put that in there because it just clicked. But anyway, but
I
when
was
it
just
comes
saying,
down,
all the game we dropping right now, my fault. All the game we dropping right now, bro. If this was on a even larger platform, this shit would be helping the world on a large scale. So we the niggas that got the mentality to do this. So this is why we the niggas that got to get the resources. Because sadly, as a people, even though money really ain't shit, like you said, it's the soul, it's the person that's really the worth. It's really the money. But for some reason, our people only want to really listen to people that they look up to, that they see is up, that they see as millionaires and shit. You know what I'm saying? So we might not really care about money. I don't really care about money. I really care about getting this message out to the people. But sometimes you can use that as a prop, to reel people in, to basically trick niggas into consciousness.
Woo.
Right.
Damn, it's fucked up that you gotta even say that. Trick niggas into consciousness.
You gotta trick niggas into consciousness for real.
By dangling that bag, it's like, hey, you see this? Hey, come holler at us over here, man. We got something for you.
Right.
It's lit. And see, and that's, hey, I have to say this part to that too, Christian. That was dope that you said that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, or a lot that I've seen, like, some people say that consciousness, you have to look like a certain way. You got to be on some bum type shit. You got to be, you know what I mean?
Right.
Just, you can't. But my thing is just like, and y'all see, because all this shit is just what it is. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like, nigga, it's up. Like, you know what I mean? Nigga, the consciousness is up. So everything that follows that is up. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why I put out this energy. It's like, nah, nigga, we could look good, we could smell good, we could be fly niggas. But if you are attracted to this, nigga, first of all, I don't even want to talk to you.
Right.
And then you get the teachings, then it's just like,
exactly.
Oh, now I see you. Like, you know what I mean? But just like you said, I'm tricking niggas into this shit. Hey, I don't know what that nigga will be talking about, but that other gang shit, but nigga, that I am shit, but how that nigga dressing shit, that nigga be making that shit look good.
Right. That's how it is, man. You gotta take the drink there.
I see Bené's in the building, her stuff popping up as Facebook user. I don't know why that's happening. What's up with the guy, Fred?
I was trying to figure out who that was.
Yeah, that's Bené.
Facebook user Bené. That's why. You ain't lit, Bené. That's why. No.
I just want to say this last shit just so I can get it off, because it's just something I feel like it's important to say. Just to wrap everything up about what I was saying about us like forming that family or that organization. It made me realize something. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, black people, we kind of project as if all white people are millionaires and shit, when, to be honest, it's select families of white people. It's select families of Jews that are organized. Not every Jew, is controlling the world. It's these groups of people, of individuals who was able to create that financial power, that political power for themselves and influence, and they just made that shit pop. So it's the same with us. Like, I gave up the idea that all black people are gonna come together one day. Like, that is some bullshit. It's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? niggas is really dream characters out here. You know, non-player, what you call it, non-playable, non-useful characters
NPCs.
and shit.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So everybody ain't everybody not gonna wake up. Everybody not gonna become, you know, powerful or lucid in this reality. But
Right.
it's up to us who are to, you know, make something happen for ourselves, our family, and the people who actually want to do something with themselves and shit. But it's never gonna be a time where every single black person in America, you know, gonna be woke, you know what I'm saying, or gonna be enlightened and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just gonna be. We probably just like probably 10 years from now, we probably just gonna be some powerful ass families that's influencing the world, you know, in our own way, and we gonna help as many niggas as we can that want to be up with us, but everybody else they gonna have to just be sleeping
Shit,
gods.
we already is that. You know what I'm saying? We the
We are
light
that.
right now. You know what I'm saying? We are the light right now. You know,
Exactly.
at whatever level it is, like on a monetary, level, but nigga, we still the light regardless. Like that, the actual how much physical money your ass have versus nigga just knowing I'm already wealthy in spirit. Like nigga, my shit is up.
Exactly.
Like, there's nothing we can do right now. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like we the light, we projecting, we doing what we supposed to do as far as
Right.
getting this message out, getting, constantly talking, posting videos, like music, like, we walking the walk. It's just nigga getting that, like, it's for the people that it's gonna reach right now, especially because
Right.
this like what we talking about ain't heavily being pushed by no big shit, no mainstream, nothing. Ain't nobody talking about the shit that we talking about on some mainstream shit.
At all.
Besides Kanye or something, you know what I'm saying? Just dropping a little shit in there. You know what I'm saying? But outside
Right.
of that, it's us. You know what I mean? These small little platforms, they censoring us. They don't want us to,
Underground.
yeah. You
And
know
this
what I
is,
mean?
you know, this
So,
is called the Great Gathering. Bobby Hemmett talked about this shit,
mm,
where all the souls that knew each other in past lives meet again in the next life.
You gotta link up. That's
yeah.
We
right.
linking up
Very
again. This
nice.
is the same shit. We the same niggas in this motherfucking
Facts.
reality, shaking shit up. But
Right.
Facts.
the last shit I want to say is this. It's just I'm just speaking it into existence.
Right.
So you know, a part of that organization, something I'm about to do, I'm actually about to legally change my last name. This is for my own reasons, because my last name is Casey, right?
Mhm.
So it's a cool name. I fuck with my family. I fuck with my grandfather. He's the one who passed it down to us and shit to my family. You know, my dad's dad. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
So
gonna tell
I'm
you
a
right
Casey.
now, you don't look like a Casey. You don't look like your last name.
Exactly my point. Right. So, you know, I end up looking it up because I was thinking like, damn, how many of us really still walk around with slave names? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I was just curious. I'm like, I tried to look up the history of the name Casey, and long story short, it's actually an Irish name. And they talked about how these niggas actually came to America in like the 1700s, and it's a Casey family who was in Mississippi or Alabama or something like that, which is ironic because that's where my family originally, like as far as our ancestry go back, it goes back to Mississippi, Alabama and shit. But then it go further than that. But of course they fucking blocked off our history. But I decided I'm gonna just change my whole family name because one thing, I ain't about to let my family ride off of this dope ass shit that I'm about to do. I'm about to change this whole shit. You feel me? So my new last name is gonna be Lotus. You know what I'm saying? Because I just fuck with the lotus flower. It
Yeah,
represents purity, enlightenment. Y'all already know.
it come from the
And,
mud, baby.
what'd
Right.
you say?
It come from the mud.
Exactly. So, you know, me and my brother, he gonna change his name. I ain't gonna put his bit, he might not want people to know yet. But basically everybody's last name is gonna be like of some type of flower. And
Right.
we're gonna create a family, basically starting a whole new bloodline, a whole new line of a new heritage, if I'm saying that right. You feel
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I just
Right.
want to put that out there just to spark that idea in y'all mind real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's so lit. What I was gonna say earlier, but it's still kind of like in relation to what you just now said.
Mm-hmm.
How I think about like how like the East Coast niggas, bring up like the 5%ers, right? And it's
Yeah.
just like, even though, you know, or they got the Nation of Gods and shit, right? Even though, I think where you at in like the Midwest? No, you in the, are you
Now
in
I'm
the
in
Midwest?
Atlanta.
Oh, so you on East Coast type of time.
Yeah.
I just now left Atlanta and shit, so I got fam out there.
Oh
So
damn. Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna tap in. You know what I mean? Next time I'm out there.
For sure.
Um, but just being that 5%er is just like just like what Self was saying earlier, we're carrying that torch right now. Like
Right.
what I mean? So it's just like we are that, and it's just like as much as we want people to be where we're at, the work that's going to be put in to do that shit. Unfortunately, not
Niggas may not do that shit in lifetimes.
not many is gonna do. So, just like you were saying, like the our people, just like you said, like even from back in the day that we reincarnated and we re-meet again, the same percentage of people is always going to reconnect and drop these seeds and make that shit pop. And this is why, and I said this earlier. I don't know if he was on the thing. This is why I feel so comfortable with Self-Made being, with me and Self-Made being co-hosts on this podcast. Right. It's just like there's nobody else who I, felt like could have did it because of the people who was asking me at the time, there were so many different people asking me, "Oh, podcast, oh," I'm like, like you know what I mean? Just like but then. Before me and this nigga even did it, people were saying, "Oh, y'all need to do a podcast." Like,
right.
So it was the people telling us, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, y'all need to do a podcast because y'all be on some different type of time. So it's just like, yeah, niggas is kind of right. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But and I'm saying that to say, like, so when it comes down to the certain demographic of people that's gonna fuck around and really be on this type of time, we do. As much as we don't think that we do have a responsibility. Like, you know what I mean? Even though sometimes it may be overshadowed, sometimes it may be overlooked, sometimes it may be stressing, sometimes it may be we feel like we're not getting compensated for the work. Sometimes it may feel like all types of different things, but it's just like, the more that we talk to each other, especially freely, then that's the pay. Like, you know what I mean? Even man, look, there's some people who motherfuckers chopped it up with back in the day, and niggas came to this understanding, and they still won't say nothing. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Real talk. There's certain people who called me personally, like, "Hey, bro, what about nigga? The shit that you was talking about back then is up." Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, and it's just little things like that to where it's just like, okay, that's enough. Because we put out so much energy. It's just like, nigga, we gotta meditate to get our shit back. We gotta, you know what I mean? We gotta build amongst each other to get our shit back, right?
Right.
So it's just like, but when somebody else that's not a part of that percentage gives us a little bit back, then it's so much. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
So there's certain things that we just that we gotta just accept and hold near and dear. But again, just the work, man. A lot of people don't understand the level of work that we do, and this is why I like having this podcast. This is why it's just like having guests on like you, like, and you're a regular on here, like, you know what I mean. So it's just part of the show, like, you know what I mean. So it's just like having these type of conversations is just like we're throwing money around to each other. We're wealthy,
right?
You know, so we're
the real money.
Businesses stay afloat, like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, that's beautiful. And I just want to say something to what you just said, like about the percentages of you always gonna have a percentage of people who carry this light and shit. And we're going into some deep shit at this point. I know y'all love this shit. Well, basically that and it's funny, all these political talks that we have about saving black people and stop talking about gangster rap and cool, all of this shit, like, but from a real enlightened point of view, right? All of this shit is gonna always exist, nigga. Light and darkness, life and death, nigga. You gonna have death music, you gonna have life music, nigga. It's all a part of the all.
Facts.
Yeah.
So what the fuck do we really be talking about? This shit ain't going nowhere, bro. You got the niggas that's light, you got the yin and you got the yang, bro. Like that's just what it is. That's what life is. But
Right.
we constantly in this infinite battle against the darkness and the darkness against the light. That's all of this shit is an illusion. It's
Yeah,
about
that's
what
right.
are you gonna do.
That pendulum is always gonna swing. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
always
Yeah.
gonna swing.
Niggas gonna hit the golden age at some point, you know. Niggas is gonna rise up and start taking accountability, and shit gonna get good, and everything gonna be self sustainable for a certain amount of time.
Exactly.
Shit gonna swing right back to the dark ages and the iron age and shit, where motherfuckers is eating each other and fighting and war, all types of shit. You know what I mean? And exactly, like that shit's gonna happen forever.
And what I see that shit as, I see it as a wheel of refinement. Like God is becoming better and better every cycle, more and more consciousness, because it's
Right.
infinite. Growth don't stop. So he grows, he becomes conscious, then you go back to sleep again, and then you wake back up again. And every time you do that, you got more vitality, you got more consciousness. It's new again. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We
like
gonna do
and
this shit
that's
forever.
hey, that's crazy though, because it's like in that on that type of time, it's like the worst is never really the worst the next time. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? So at some
Yo,
point,
that's deep as fuck.
Right.
That's
you
a
know what I'm
bar.
saying?
That's
That
a
was
So
bar.
it's like at some point, even
Mm.
even the bad gonna be good. Like it's not gonna be
Yo,
as good as the good. You know what I'm saying?
yo, that was some of
For
the
real.
realest shit I've ever heard. Like I ain't even gonna lie. That was
Bruh.
you understand life then if you saying that. So
Yeah,
you
everything.
that shit crazy. So you saying every cycle
You lift
the
up. I
bad
remember we was
becomes
talking
better.
about that, Will, on
Yeah.
everything. Yeah. I called it like a
See,
toilet paper or something. Like, it has that lip on it.
look,
Every time
yeah.
that shit roll over, nigga, it goes up a level. And then that next time it go up another level. You know what I'm saying? So it's like at some point, shit, the bad, we gonna be like, damn, this is bad. Like, we trying to get up past this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers
That's
ain't even really got shit
fuck.
to do. But yeah,
Yeah.
nah, that shit real.
And that's why I promised you I was gonna wear my Gemini shirt, like, you know what I mean? Just to show, like, because I knew we was gonna be on this type of time today on some real shit. I knew we was gonna be on it, but I didn't wear my shit. But still, but going
Right.
going to that, and I love how you put that shit. So with the lip, with the bump, right? Because that
Mhm.
bump is always let you know that it's always going to be another level. It's just not everything is just not a circle, right?
Yeah.
Everything's expanding. Even though it's in a circular motion, it's still in an expansion. If you don't have that
Right.
bump, the bump is
Wow.
up. So that's the
Yeah.
expansion. Like, you know what I mean? And this is also breaking down what the Fibonacci is, right? Just that
Facts,
expansion
yeah.
is always, you know what I mean? It's always going out. The formula remains the same, but the formula is the expansion. Like, you know what I mean? So
Exactly.
yeah, the shit, hey, should be lit.
Yeah, this shit real.
Yeah, this shit is so lit. But going back to because I know we were supposed to have switched topics. We 2 hours in on this one topic, but it turned into something else. But just for just for the Kanye shit, I just want to end it like this, to where it's just like, again, he's in that position to where he's dropping shit. Some people may not take a liking to Kanye as a person. Again, we do understand that he is a businessman, so there are certain things he's doing for business. But as an individual, you have to understand when business and personal things, there's a fine line between it, and you have to recognize it. Like, you know what I mean? If you're going to either start your own business, or if you're a person that's just on your own personal journey to drop information, like you know what that fine line is. But so what? Hey, do you And I know, Christian, because I know it's about to be 12 out there. But so, what do you want to go? You want to go into the parenting situation, or do you want to touch the other one?
Shit, because that other one, I'm like just thinking about it. I'm like, man, that other one finna be like that.
Oh, different
That
show.
damn near could be a
What's
whole
the
nother
other one?
show.
What's the other one?
I'll drop it. I'll drop it. But it was a question posed in our group chat, and she said, is the mind? It was karmic. Does the mind sense by itself, or does it have to sense through the body?
Yeah, like
Mm.
so basically, yeah. Do the mind? Because you said the mind and the spirit. Do they? Does it have senses, or is it just? Or all senses are only associated with the physical?
Yeah, like enabled through the body.
Damn, I don't know if y'all even feel like going down that rabbit hole. Yo, I love this shit. That's all I want to. I ain't gonna lie. I'm stuck on lucid, bro. All I care about is consciousness. That's all I wanna talk
If I wouldn't have put the other topic in the chat, I would have damn near just ran with that because that was kind of already on the type of time that we was on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, fuck. Can I say something?
I mean, look.
Mm.
I mean, we can run it, and then we can also just like have a part 2. I guess we can run it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna just say this real quick because what she's saying is deep. I'm gonna just answer the question simple, which is basically yes, the mind has senses because if it didn't, when you go into dream time, you know, you wouldn't be able to feel shit if the mind didn't have senses.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? Because that ain't your body feeling that, but it feels like
He coming out busting.
Hey,
know
I
what I'm saying?
swear I thought of that shit too. I just didn't drop that in the chat, but that shit definitely crossed my mind about the astral realm, the dream realm, all of that.
Right, because the mind is literally the source of the senses. The mind, the senses come from the mind and the body. All of that shit is a modification of the mind.
Right.
The physical elements and the physical senses is literally a delusion of the mind. You know what I'm saying? It's literally when the mind goes into this form of ignorance, this is when the elements and the senses come into existence. It's a dream.
Yeah,
right.
You know what I'm saying? And then the spirit though, the which to me spirit means awareness or consciousness. The consciousness behind the mind, you know what I'm saying, is transcendental to the senses and the spirit is free from all of that. It's just the observer of the mind. The spirit is the observer of the mind. And then the mind is the source of all these things, of these senses, and you know what I'm saying, the world and the matter and all of that shit. All of that is within the mind. And we're the watcher of all of this shit. We're just the observer of this shit.
Right.
Yeah. And you say, and I dropped that into the shit. I don't know if it was on the same topic, but I always say that when we talk about the Trinity, right? The mind would be the creator, right?
Exactly.
Or the Father, right? The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, right?
Right.
Mind, what do we create with? Our mind. So that would be the creator aspect, right? The spirit would be the observer, right? Just like, people say, oh, well, something told me not to such and such and such. That's your spirit talking to you. Like people will say like your spirit guide or whatever, but it's the observer. Going to what you were saying, Christian, about that, it's just like, because the spirit watches everything. It's just like it's seeing what's being played out and it's just it's observing everything that's going on. The physical, the flesh is the participator of all things. Like, you know what I mean? This is why they had Jesus in the physical, or whoever in his physical manifestation, because it's just like, nigga, like we had to have this participator situation just so we can find out, what's popping. And the senses are played out in the physical. Don't get it twisted like it's not. But it's just like when it comes down to the senses, we would already have had to have the understanding of the senses, right? The creator already put the senses out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then on the spirit type of time, the observer, we're observing these senses from perspectives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then as the participator in the physical, we're just playing that perspective out just so we can send all this information back to the creator, just to let the creator know what's popping. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Different mediums.
This is how the Trinity works for real. And you know, so that's why I like because it's hella deep to think to where it's just like, you know, well, we don't need senses outside of this physical. But my ultimate question, well, what is the physical made of? Is it not made of the same thing that the spiritual is?
Right.
Does it not have the same elements of the mind? Like all of these things are encompassed in one thing, which is why I call it the Trinity. Like, you know what I mean? So
Hmm.
it is lit.
It's only one. It's only one body ultimately. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So and the main body is, you know, would be the foundation or the creator, like you saying, that mind. You know, there's no getting away from that aspect first. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? And then everything else is the medium of the energy, like to house the energy or to box the energy within to be able to express itself through the physical means of, you know, reality and shit. But then it came up though. Um, she then asked, "Does a rock have emotions?" Is
I
that
was
what
going
she
to get
said?
to that too. I wanted to ask Christian and what he felt about
Yeah,
that.
that's yeah. On anything.
Ah, fuck. Does a rock have emotions?
Or
Man,
senses. But
Or
yeah,
senses.
either or,
I
same,
mean, yeah, same
same
shit.
shit, right?
Yeah.
that's man, that's a good question. I'm gonna let y'all go first on that one. I'm gonna let y'all go first on that one. Fuck that.
Yeah, no, well, self gave a perfect. He gave a perfect explanation on how that works. But me personally, right? Let me say it like this: uh, when we talk about, because I asked the question, well, why do we even have emotions? Why do we even have senses, right? And it would be, Krishna, you said it earlier. I forgot how you put it, but you said it was a different form. I forgot how you said it, and you said it so dope. But you put it like it was a different form, like a lesser form of what the mind has, right? So I forgot how you put it, but
Hold
that's
on, I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
no, I heard because I know that your thing was tripping and shit. But you had said it earlier that that what we are in the physical is just it's slightly different. You put it in a
Right.
understand. I forgot how you said it, but you put it like
Hmm.
in a lower state, and I understand that. And I think that this is kind of like where she was coming from, but you know, from a different perspective. So my question
Right.
posed was, well, what is the purpose for senses and what is the purpose for emotions, right? And if we think about that coming from a creative state or creative state, it would be to have a different perception or perspective of the thoughts and feelings that we already have, right? So
Mhm.
now we're just putting this into uh, a different physical position to where it's just like, well, this is what I think about how I feel. Well, let me go
Right.
through the motions of what I think about how I feel. Like, you know what I mean? So now I'm physical, right? So then we come into that and then we get that perspective or perception of what it is. So what we perceive is what we receive for the creator, for the mind, right? And
Right.
so then that creates a certain level of either well, I don't even want to say either. It creates a certain level of confirmation of what we already thought. A thought is just a thought, right? But until we put that thought into play, then we figure out if our thoughts is either right, wrong, hypothesis. You know, like we go through the whole experience, experiment type of situation. We put it into play in the real time, and then we see what pop. Like, you know what I mean? So the senses, in my mind, is created for just that purpose, just to see, okay, well, what's popping for real? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how are we going to perceive this? The mind is already thinking this, so let's just put this shit into real time and let's see how it pops.
Right.
So,
Right.
so when it comes down to the rock situation, right? Again, the rock is the foundation of the rock is still energy and it's still consciousness, right? So
Right.
can we are we allowed to put ourselves in a rock's position to say if rocks have feelings? Can I say, hey, if I take this hammer right here and hit this motherfucking rock, does it hurt? Right? Let me
Right,
let me
that's what
bust,
you said.
let me bust
But
this
it,
down.
mm,
If I hit you with a certain level of words, right? You are one you have one track state of mind. I hit you with something. Boom. I split you in two, meaning two different sets of mind, right? Like, oh shit, I
right,
didn't even think about that. I split you
right,
in two now.
right, right.
Don't you feel a certain way after you're split in two?
Damn.
We are the
It just
rock.
literally changed your whole shit.
Oh shit. I changed your whole frequency as soon as I split you up.
That's a fact.
But even as if I don't split shit, right? If I don't split the rock, I just touch the rock. Even if the rock is just the rock. And this is going into self-made, and I want you to spill it, but self-made brought up, just being an amethyst, or we're talking about what did you say? Because you gave an example of what was it? Quartz. It was some type of
Yeah,
quartz.
rose quartz.
The rose quartz, like you know what I mean. So it's just like what natural properties or energy or frequency do these rocks carry? If you find them in
Right,
different parts of the planet, then of course we know that the planet is alive. We know that the planet has energy. So how can you be void of the same energy that this planet is of, right? So it's just like how you perceive it. Again, coming back to the perception of the shit, how you perceive it is just what it is. And I'm gonna let Self go from there.
Uh, yeah, yeah, that was a lot,
I'm
but
sorry, because I did say a lot. My bad.
ultimately for me, I mean, there's a lot of different ways I guess you can come at it, but the example I had used in the chat was I went through a like meditation one time and I was holding rose quartz in my hand and that shit gave me a whole ass feeling. You know what I'm saying? Off of the stone, and it was it was a trip, but it was like a love frequency type of feeling. But that's why I say like perception too, because um, some people view pain as pleasure, and some people view love as hate, and there is no set way to perceive the way that this energy is interacting with you. You know what I mean? It's up to you and your experience, your where you at in life, where your mental is to be able to perceive it in a certain type of way. So it's almost like even with just you, like at a certain point in your time, you probably perceived love as a child something way different than how you perceive that shit right now
Yeah.
because of the change of frequency, all the different experiences that you've had. So when you think about a rock, the rock is vibrating at a certain frequency. So how it perceives pain, it may not even be pain. And Benet had touched on something in the chat that I had thought about as well, as far as like, think about a star blowing up. You think that hurts? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think that the star is perceiving its
Okay.
expansion or its blow up as pain, or maybe it's looking at it in a different way, or like you can say shit, two planets or a meteor colliding into a planet is war, or that shit could be painful how but at the same time it could be creating some shit. So it's like the perception of how we looking at shit in a human body is gonna be 1,000 times different than if I was nigga inside of a whale. Like my perception as a whale is gonna be totally different than niggas in a human body, and that's the whole thing of as far as like what you were saying, Woon, as far as the feedback of okay, well, if I put myself into this shape and I perceive shit from this angle, how the fuck am I, like, what's the data feedback from that versus if I put myself in this shape and
Right.
at this frequency, I'm gonna be getting two different data. So I'm getting all these different forms of information about myself. And that's why I was saying too, like when
Very
you go to
deep.
certain tribes, like nigga Africa or nigga Mexico, whatever, they do certain rituals, whether you a child, maybe even up to adult, that test the limits of how you perceive these energies. As far as like nigga, they'll have a 12-year-old stick his hand in some bullet ant gloves for 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? At some point, your ass gonna have to transmute that pain, you know what I'm
It
saying,
was popping.
into something else so that you can get through that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or
Right.
like rites of
Right.
passage. Hey, you got to get certain piercings. You got to do certain cuts on your body to get. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's testing the limits of self, like how
Hey,
much you can do. And we've been doing that shit.
let me say something to that real quick.
Yeah.
Two things. The movie, what was that? Everything, Everywhere, at what's that shit? So they were doing that. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
The first thing I want to say about that is that they actually had a rock scene, right? Where they showed you what the rock.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they had that rock scene to where,
Exactly.
nigga, well, such and such. Oh, my bad, I cuss. Like, what the fuck is a cuss word? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, nigga, we're not worried about none of that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So they kind of showed you that the frequency that you are as a rock versus what you are as a human is two totally different things, right?
Exactly.
But going to what you was just now talking about, self, but sticking your hand into the as a teen or whatever, sticking your hand into the fire ants or the bullet ants or whatever. In that movie, they showed that you had to do a certain different things to have different experiences and shit, right? To have different perspectives. Like if you want to morph into this experience, then you had to, they had to shit with the dildo, but it was hella different shit. But it was just like, you had to do different things in order to have different experiences. And in real life, we do that. Like, you know what I mean? Even though we may not look at it like that, but we do. We test ourselves all the time, and we put ourselves in different hurdles and different, competitions and different things just to see, like, nigga, is my reality real? Can I, get up out of this, or am I either higher than this? Am I lower than this? Like, where do I stand at for real? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, when it comes, oh yeah, perfect, yeah, algorithms, yeah, good looking out, Fred. But yeah, when it comes down to that, it's just like hell yeah. So it's just like when we think about the rock or anything having some type of feelings or emotions or things like that, it's just like, do you know or do you think about what energy and consciousness it takes for a rock to maintain and be a rock?
Right. Maintain
A
that
rock, a rock maintain is the key part of that. A rock is just not, oh, I'm just sitting here and it's just like yada yada yada. If I show you my muscle, boom, niggas call, oh, that's my rock. Like, you know what I mean? Do you know how many different things are coming together in order to form that idea of a muscle and has to maintain that? So when we talk about that, like, the even just that has their own different perspectives and perceptions of what it takes to be what it is. So there's emotions involved in that, and emotions is just energy in motion. So we have to understand that part too. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to the senses of that, it's just like, well, how can you form anything without senses?
Yeah, that would be the foundation.
Do you have a sense of what a muscle is? Can you put together the thought of what it takes to form a muscle? You would have to have a sense or knowledge of what that is. If you're have you saw the movie Senseless with Marlon Wayans? This nigga, like, if you senseless, like, you're out of there. Like, you ain't got no form. There's no form. Like, there's no sense. Like, niggas be like, hey, you ain't got no sense. Like, you don't know how to formulate thought. You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes down to having sense, it's still a formula that's associated with that's backed by energy, which is why it's emotional, energy and motion, and senses is the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? So when we look at it from that level, we have to understand that anything that has a certain level of structure or construction, you have to have senses and you have to have energy and motion in order to keep that structure.
Let me ask this. So if that's the case, I gotta ask a serious question. Okay, so I understand that everything in existence at its foundation is energy and consciousness. But do you think that consciousness and energy is synonymous with mind?
It is mind.
Okay, so all right, let me rephrase it. Do you feel like every form, like say a pole, like a metal pole?
Yeah.
So everything that has form has a mind? I know that it is mind. Okay, so it's kind of hard to ask that.
Nah, I get what you're saying. I get what
You
you're
get
saying.
what I'm trying to say? Like, does it have a mind of its own, like an individual, from an individual perspective? Like, does everything have a mind?
So everything has a purpose. So let me bridge that gap. I understand what you're saying, but let me bridge that gap for you real quick. So everything has a purpose, which means that it has some type of order, right? Think about order and think about form, right? The order of operations, what is the formula? I'm talking math right now. The order of operations is the formula, which makes it a form. So the order comes from consciousness, comes from the mind. So in order for this pole to be a pole, it has to have order and it has to have some type of formula in order for it to be a pole. So the mind,
understood.
Yeah. So and I know what you're saying, because it's kind of like what you're saying is almost like a separate question, but I'm gonna bridge that gap to where it's not separate, right?
Okay.
So it's not that it doesn't have its own mind, and it's not that it does have its own mind, but it is mind. And this is why I answered that from the gate, like it is mind. So if you think about the purpose of the pole, it already understands the order of operation. It already knows in its mind that this is what that it knows as mind that this is what has to be done in order for me to be the pole. If that makes sense.
Nah, that was a very good answer. That was I get it. I get it. You bridge the gap. You bridge the gap.
Oh, and I love that question because you made me think, nigga. I'm busting. I've never been hit with that question. So that was a dope ass question that allowed me, because I had to think with my mind, like, you know what I mean? So that was
right. Now that was a very powerful answer. Like that makes a lot of sense. As mind, it has to. I got it. I ain't gonna try to repeat what you said, but I received it.
I'm gonna just say it's all mind. All is mind.
Right.
All is mind. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to so because the pole or whatever a rock is mind, even though it doesn't have a human experience, meaning having a nervous system, having eyeballs, having the things that we has, it still has an experience. Like being a pole and being a rock is still an experience of mind.
Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. X. Anytime you get the word EX as a prefix in anything, just means outside of, right? And you said this earlier. So the mind would be the suffix, right? The non-physical is the suffix. The prefix, I'm sorry, take that back. The prefix is the mind. The suffix would be anything that's outside of that, right? So it's just like anything that's in the physical already has just like how people say it's predestined. It's already in the prefix. It's already thought of. It's already there. The suffix is what's the result of. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, well, let me bring this shit into life. Like, you know, it was already predetermined, the prefix, but now the suffix is the outside of that. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's just like, okay, we can't have anything physical without energy and consciousness, right?
Right.
We may think that all of these things is physical outside of something, right? But how can we so what is the basis of that?
Right now, yeah.
What is a rock for real? A rock would have to be something that was already constructed in the mind first, and then it became an external being of the mind. That's why it exists.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying with the EX? So
Yeah,
it
that was a good
exists
way to
because,
absolutely.
because
So
it already came outside of the mind. So the EX is just, you know, exists external. All these X things is just something that's outside of what the mind is. You know what I mean? Like all the X, any X is just outside of.
it makes perfect sense, and I already knew this, but you're actually giving me that confirmation. I love this. I love this confirmation. Um,
Mhm.
so basically, to put it in other words, everything is an experience of consciousness. Everything exists inside of the mind of consciousness, meaning that consciousness is experiencing everything. It's
Right.
experiencing being me. It's experiencing everything that its mind has created. Everything that was created by the mind of consciousness is an experience of consciousness through its own mind. So
Right.
we're everything simultaneously at the same time.
Yeah, that's
Now,
why I was gonna say it's all one mind.
let me
Like,
It's
ask
one
you
mind.
this.
It's all
you know,
one mind experiencing itself from infinite different perspectives. Rocks,
facts,
stones,
facts,
everything. So
facts.
that unlocks telekinesis right there. I think I just figured
Exactly.
out that new shit.
Hey, no, for real. Like
You
literally,
feel
that's
me?
exactly what it is.
So when we
Yeah.
talk about again, and I love the EX. I love it so much because when I came privy to it in my own mind, it's just like, damn, that EX is just it just takes you to so many different levels. Exit, the word exit. That means I'm out of here. Experience, experiment,
Yeah.
experiment. Let's hold on to that real quick because this is the question that I pose to people. When we talk about life, are we talking about an experience or experiment? Like, you know what I mean? So we can get a lot of different answers from that, but just the EX alone, the external self, which is what this physical thing is right now, is just a play of what the mind already has. Like, you know what I mean? But we are just experiencing that. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to
Mm,
that, like, shit be so dope. And that, again, that's why we exist. Like, so it's
Right.
I can go
that's
on all.
crazy. Like,
Hold on, but if
yo,
the X, right? So then what is the X factor, right? Literally, X factor means unknown,
Woo!
It
right?
means what?
You just gonna come in busting your gun, Renee. That's how you do.
Listen, it was bothering me. I don't know what's wrong with my account. Why talking about Facebook user? Like, I didn't
Facebook
log.
users. You ain't
Yeah.
solidified, girl.
She in jail right now or something.
I don't know. I thought, look, I checked my account 3 times and changed my password, all that shit. I'm like, okay, somebody
You've
just
been
hating. It's
exalted.
okay.
Yeah, they
Huh?
hating right now.
Yeah, somebody just hating. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop the shine. So, but I love this topic, and why I had to jump in is when I'm listening to the progression where y'all going, it's that X factor, right? Like, where do we really come from? And you know, in the chat that I had already dropped that Everything Is Nothing documentary, right? Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all got to tap into that, because let me ask you this about space, right? We're talking about energy and everything. So is air, like, what's in the air, right? What's in our space? When we look outside, right, or look into the universe, really, what are we looking at? Is that, I mean, like, what are the elements of life from that, right? Are we a part of the universe? Are we a part
absolutely.
of the Milky Way, right? Are we a part of these stars, right? And I think I was talking to you the other day when I told you that when I look out into the atmosphere or the universe, the stars and the galaxies to me seem like part of the past.
Right.
It is
Because
right. I get that.
you know what I mean? Because if we're talking about that combustion and things are coming backwards, now you got to ask yourself, where is it going though, right? If it's part of the past and it's moving though, but past is current, so really what's happening, right?
Well,
What is that?
Let me touch that real quick.
Yeah.
Because I love that you said that, and we can't just jump over that.
Yeah, you gotta expand on that.
I don't want to skip past that because that's so dope. Because there was a point in time to, if everybody know that this is a cycle, that this is a circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we moving towards the future or are we moving towards the past?
Both.
Why you gotta? All right, man.
I'm just saying it because you just said it. Like, you know what I mean? So if we're looking out and we're seeing, you know, these different things that's going on in the Milky Way and, you know, in outer space, is that futuristic or is that past tense? Like, you know what I mean? And that's a dope ass question. Like,
I wouldn't even like to really be honest. The past and the future don't even exist.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like we just
hey, we was talking about that in the group chat too. It's now.
Yeah,
it's the present moment.
Now.
If it's
You know
now.
Exactly, but it is our perception of it, right? And so
Right.
in that documentary, if we believe, depending upon what your belief system is, if you believe in the Big Bang, right? So it goes out, right? So when that burst of light happened, and if anybody knows anything about combustion, what happens with combustion though? It goes out, and then that cloud starts coming back in, right? So when we talk about the burst of light that went out, now that we're saying that it's moving back in, are we going back to our core? Are we going really back into the light? Right?
That's what I'm saying with my question. Like, are we going forth in time or is going forward really going backwards?
Yeah. For me, I would say because it's really for us, right? In our humanistic minds, we have this thing about time, right? But you know, when it's all said and done, it's already happened. And so for me, I think it is just our capacity to see it as a slow motion. But when they're out in the universe and they're talking about how fast light travels or how fast sound travels or how fast these planets are really moving through the atmosphere or through the universe, one thing that is said, which was interesting, is that the universe is actually quote unquote growing. It's actually expanding, which is creating a vacuum back to source. So it is the further away it is, the faster it's going. Now that's something to like really chew on for a second.
Hey, Self, didn't you let me say this real quick, Benay. I wanna go on this and I'm gonna go to Self real quick. It's so dope and it's so like, cause you know, like sometimes I like to say that, you know, that niggas is lined up. So I already started watching that documentary. So for you to drop it into the group chat was like dope for me because it was just like, yeah, I was tapped in with that shit, like, you know what I mean, already. So it's up. But with what you just now said about being the I think they call it like the vacuum in the vortex and shit like that. I think Self that you had drew out what that looks like. Like, you know what I mean? I think you did it with the sun. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's just
like the converter.
Exactly. That type of time. So it's just like I don't know if you want to explain that, but in my mind, to what you just now said, link me to that, and it makes absolute sense. Like, you know what I mean?
It's like the donut, you know, like like we're ever expanding and it's also ever contracting on itself at the same time, because that kind of goes back to that lip that we was talking about earlier. It's like
Right.
for things to expand, things have to be created, and while things are being created, the older shit got to be destroyed so that it can it's only one size. Like we have the illusion of expansion, we have the illusion of it folding back in on itself, but all it's doing is recycling itself into different forms as it expands, as it goes into them higher places or lower places, however you want to look at it.
Let me
You know what
let
I'm
me,
saying?
let me pause that real quick. Hey, Christian, remember I was talking about the capitalism? Something has to die, or something has to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Right, right.
right there right now, like you know what I mean. So,
Mm-hmm.
but go ahead.
No, we so aligned with it though, because
Mm.
that's perfect. Because within this thing, it kind of showed how that vacuum or that void is, and we had to understand what is the void. Is it completely empty? Is it possible to have emptiness? To like, you know what I mean? Is there, like, if you vacuum sealed everything, is there still air, right? So if there's no air in it, what's in it, right? Why do things still go bad, or how, like, what's happening? There's still some sort of life force in the
Right.
vacuum, right? So they were
Right.
going through this thing and trying to just really abstract everything that they can possibly be to measure nothingness, right? Empty. And what was discovered, nothing can ever be empty.
Exactly.
Nothing is never emptiness. There is not a void. It is, we can't see it through
Exactly.
our eyes, right? But what they said, the measurement, if you really want to see what the void looks like, meaning if you look out, you know, I'm talking to you, right? The space between my camera and, you know, my computer seems to be empty, right? But if I had a different level of perception,
Right.
right, what I really would see is like white noise. You know how like
Yeah.
on the TV that has that static and that wave, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
actually what, quote unquote, they've been able to kind of decipher is the void, right? We're able to see it as a picture turn into that frequency so that we can actually see it. But if you see white noise, what is it? It's black and white.
Mm-hmm. Like static.
So here's the thing though, the static, then the reason why they had this thing about energy and what the energy does. So what the energy does, these little pops of disappearance. So it was never empty, but what it was doing was borrowing energy from the universe and then taking it back real quick. So what it was doing was white, black, come together and it's combusted and it's gone, right? And kept doing that. That's in essence what the
Poltergeist.
right. Well, that's the void, right? But when we look at the black and white of ourselves, right? Because if we were the white, there has to be that counterpart. So when people try to separate it, people always want to know what happens when you try to bring it together. Well, guess what? Bringing the that is combustion, right? That is like what we would consider the death of it, but it's really not. It is
The Big
just now
Bang Theory.
transformed into
Right.
what it really always has been. When it separates itself as black and white, that's when it becomes tangible and you can see it. But when it comes together as one, that is the actual ultimate source. So,
Right.
so,
Mm.
so let's like really look at it. Like, so when we're looking in outer space or just looking at each other in this space, there's nothing but white noise. But what is that white noise? It's still energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still
Pure
part of
energy.
the void. So the biggest part of our universe really is that void, is that white
Exactly.
noise. That is
Because
that frequency.
everything is sitting inside of that. The
And
whole
it's keeping it
space.
together. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what's keeping it together. So now when we talk about yin and yang, right? The black and the white, the contrast of each other. We have to have
Shiva
each
and
other,
Shakti.
right?
That makes sense now. Yep.
So
Yeah.
everybody tries to fight this inner demon of the black or the white. Why don't we ever try to bring it together?
which is your true self. That's the true essence of everything.
And so when you bring the two together, it appears to be nothing.
Exactly. But it's actually something, but we just can't
Everything.
see it.
It's everything.
Exactly.
It's like they say in Buddhism, the void isn't empty, it's full.
It
But
is
the
very
question is,
full.
what is it filled with? As you're calling it, it's white noise.
Right.
It's many names for it. It's like
Right.
this. I see, like you actually help me be able to see it, even though it's unseeable.
Right.
It's like this clear, invisible, pure energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just pure energy. Like if you could, I can't even. It's unexplainable. You can't put words to it.
Exactly. So then, right, when no matter what religion you are, right, when they say God knows all, he sees all, he's around us 24/7,
It's the
that means
space.
everything, right? As
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
combing my
all-seeing
fingers
eye.
through, you combing your fingers through God, through the essence. So he, she, they, the energy source is always around. Always around. So when people say like, okay, well, it's either black or white, nah, it's the combination.
That's that gray.
Yeah, that's that gray, right? and,
Right.
and I fucks with being in the nothing, right? Because that nothing truly is everything, right?
Yeah,
And so
exactly. It's the
Somebody in
in
the chat.
between.
Somebody in the chat said it is water. I love that they say that, even though I would say that water is like more of a, it's like the perfect symbol for it. It's not exactly water, but you know how water is clear. And if water is clear enough, you might not even be able to see that it's water there, but it's something
exactly.
there.
Yeah.
So it's like they in Hinduism they call it the ocean of consciousness. So that's what they call space itself, the ocean of consciousness, or the cosmic ocean. I'm sorry, the
When
cosmic
you think
ocean.
about that first element, it's hydrogen. That shit water. You know what I mean? When you
Water.
thinking about it on that type of time, our body's just made up of 70% water, and even the densest form is just a different. If the foundation is hydrogen, it's just a different version or a different form of water. You know what I mean? Oxygen is the O without the H. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just separated itself to become, and that's where you get the whole evaporation shit from. And then condenses down to water, then to ice. You know what I'm saying? And
So
so
you
it's like,
saying we in a sea of hydrogen right now?
right.
hey, that in between, you know what I'm saying? That in
Right.
between is real. Like in between the black and the white, the gray or the static, that shit, that's literally everything. We get one sided. You know what I'm saying?
I had to.
That's crazy.
I promise y'all, I was gonna wear my Gemini shit because I
Like
feel
he
like,
went and put it on.
hey, look,
That nigga said,
I'm a
"Fuck
creator
this."
of my own
Oh
reality,
my
so I'm like, nigga, fuck that shit. I'm gonna throw on my Gemini shit. But
Yo, Miss Benet.
it just hit me that Gemini is an air sign, and then we're in the cusp of the Libra shit, so it's still on that that balanced type of time, like you know what I mean. So it only makes sense for us to be having these type of conversations right now. So, but Libras, they get their shit from Gemini. So what's up? I just want to throw my Gemini shirt.
Whatever. Anyways, yeah, no.
But we got Miss Divine in the building.
Hey, love.
What's up,
Peace,
family? Y'all can hear
poppin'.
me?
Oh man, I'm not even
You know,
here.
Christian over here. He said, "Hey, it's up over here."
All right, bro. What?
Yeah.
Man.
Nah, that shit deep, man.
So
Yeah.
then
Yo,
let me
this shit is
ask you that. So then when we think about being, is the universe really encased? Is there an actual size to it? Now that we see the white noise, right? In essence, which is the space, everything that we can see outside, right? Or we can't see. And if everything is moving back, in my point, and I'll use it from a biblical standpoint, if God said at one point, let there be light, in my view, right? He was in that she, I just use he as, for biblical things, right? Source was in a state of being. And like I typed in the chat before, don't it feel good to do nothing? Like when you really just want to do nothing and you like laying down, not doing nothing, that is like your most peaceful, at place, centered self, right? So why is that okay, right? Why we can't even really describe what nothing is, right? You know, but let me ask you this. So when we said let it be light, that had to cause that separation, right? That black and white that I was talking about, right? So with that separation comes that burst of energy and that combustion of light. So
Big Bang.
everything is supposed to come back full circle. And the Bible says we're going to have a new heaven and a new earth, right? Because eventually what's going to happen if everything that is coming back from the Milky Ways and all these galaxies, what's on the other side of it? There's nothing, right? When I say the other side of it, everything is coming back to this home, right? Coming back to this vacuum. So eventually, when we look out into the stars, guess what we're going to see? Not a motherfucking thing. because it is traveling back to source, right? And as it's traveling back to source, when that black and that white come ultimately back together, bam, that's the quote unquote end of our universe. Now we're in a new plane of existence.
That's so beautiful. I ain't gonna, man, that shit beautiful when she breaking down.
Boom, right. They're gonna hit back again. It's up.
Exactly.
Hey, when they came busting a gun, hey, when they
she came in. I'm glad
that
busting that chopper.
Because that Facebook user would not even.
Yeah, that's why. That's why.
If you put it drop right now, like you know.
Yeah, right. Hey, hold on, don't show her right now.
Yeah, the Facebook user.
Yeah, they got me blocked on here. The psych. But that's what I love about this shit is because we gotta turn our lights back on, right? We gotta turn our receptors back on. We gotta come into the light, right? So I ask you, a lot of people talk about, like when people are into black clothes and the dark things and things like that, right? I would even say that people that are into the black are more into the light than what people that are attracted to the perception of light is, right? Because they understand that there's something within that darkness, and that darkness is light. You know what I mean? And so it's like, even for me beforehand, I'd be like, darkness? I know, listen, what darkness? I'm trying to be spotless over here. I'm trying to do this shadow work, right? So that it all becomes clean. But no, man. We have to love both sides of that. How you become, me and my father are one. I'm one with the two, and now you are in wholeness. You bring that together. You are absolutely free. Until then, you're always going to be at war with your mind. It's always going to be this energy and this and that. So you got to come together. That's when you like whole.
Mm-hmm. It's that transmuting the negative or the darkness into that light. You know what I mean? Yeah, that shit real.
And the way she described it, like with the light and the darkness coming together, it's like you're going beyond both. You're becoming transcendental, or more so whole. You're becoming holy. You know what I mean?
You become.
It's like the light and the dark both disappear when they come together, and you just become this clear, translucent, pure energy. So that makes me. I want to bounce off of what she said. I want to just ask y'all to wound and self this, and everybody in the chat. So with that being said, because it make me, what you said with the black and white and the static energy coming together, it just brings up so many images and just symbols that I've seen. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like in Hinduism, they always talk about Shiva and Shakti. Shiva represents consciousness and Shiva represents energy, the masculine and feminine energy, right? But the most purest symbol, or that they worship, like Shiva worshipers, they worship this thing called the Shiva Lingam. So the Shiva Lingam is an image of a phallus and a yoni together, like united. You know what I'm saying? And or they'll show a symbol where it's like half Shiva and half Shakti as one person. And that's the ultimate symbol of Shiva and Shakti when they're one. So if one is consciousness and one is energy, when energy and consciousness are no longer separated and they merge into one thing, then you go beyond both energy and consciousness and just become pure source energy.
Yeah. That comes into the I am shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And that's it's so dope, man. Excuse me if I'm incorrect with my studies. But they have what as far as on that type of time, they got the Brahmin. Is Brahmin a part of that?
Yes, Brahmin is what we're talking. It's that's a name for that translucent. Yeah.
Okay. So it's Brahmin, and there's one more that represents what you're saying, like the energy and the consciousness of it. And I think that I forgot how the shit go, but when I was studying about it, it's just like, nigga, this shit makes ultimate sense. And this is, I know last show I told you, like, man, I was going to call you about some information because it's just like, you know what I mean? It was privy, it became privy to me about like, you know, on that type of time. And I'm like, yeah, I know that this nigga know. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
For me, on that type of time, it's just like, hell yeah. Like, you know, when we think about stepping outside of of both energies, or it may seem like we're stepping outside of it, but it's more or less embracing and internalizing that energy. Like, you know what I mean? So for me, to internalize that is just to say that I am. Like, you know what I mean? Just like the if we understand that on this side, you know, the energy side keeps us in a certain level of understanding, but and this is and I hate to say it like this, but this is the feminine side of us. Like, you know what I mean? The energy, the emotion side of it. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
We get into the conscious side, which is the male side. Like, you know what I mean? Which is the, you know, the structured side. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like when those powers combine, I am Captain Planet. Like, you know what I mean? So
Right.
The I am part of that shit is just like, you know, those things connected, and it's just like
I must say this though. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but
no, you good.
Because I respect and appreciate that symbol. Like I definitely understand what you're saying. But for me personally, when you talk about that, when they come together and you become that Brahman, that pure, beyond all perception, I don't even feel like there's an I there. If this makes any sense, this
No,
is
you can't.
beyond
No.
I am.
Yeah, you can't. Let me expound on what you just said, right?
You feel me though?
No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Words is the best thing that we can do
It's a
to
signpost.
describe what the feeling is, what the is.
Right. Right.
So the is I am.
Right. So I am is like it's a signpost pointing at what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
Right.
but
I'm this because
like on this type of time, it's just like when somebody asked me, they was like, "Hey, well, you don't fuck with this religion shit," and I'm like, "No, I'm fuck with that shit." And they was like, "Well, you must be what's that shit?
Atheist.
Atheist." They was like, "You must be atheist," and it's hella funny because when you say I'm an atheist, right, or I'm atheist, that's the same thing, right? But anyway,
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy.
hey, look, when I be in my own bag, I'll be in. But when it comes down to that
Man,
question,
the
it's just like, okay, what, like the I am shit is just like, okay, you can put me in that bag, but it's just like this is no, I'm none of that shit. But it's just like I'm all of that shit. And this is where the nothing and everything comes into.
Yeah.
Right.
But when you try to at best try to give an explanation of you know, what this is. You cut off all of the labels. Like, just say, oh, I am, you know, a basketball player, or I am this, or I am that. I'm this. I am, nigga. Whatever you
Right,
think,
right,
whatever you feel that I'm synonymous with or associated with, I'm all that shit. But guess
right,
what?
right.
None of that shit. So, nigga,
I personally,
I am all of it, and I am none of it. So I am just kind of kills it. But going to what you're saying, when it comes down to trying to put words to the what it is, there's no label.
It's just
so you do it.
It
Yo, I
is
totally-
it is the
I
nothing.
have to say this part. I have to say this part because people would say
My
that
nigga.
I am is a box. I am is a finite, a limitation, right? And I
It's
understand
right.
what they say when they say that. But
Yeah.
this is only on when we're talking verbalization of what the non-physical is. When
Yo,
we're talking about the energy, nigga, don't nigga, whatever you think I am is up. I'm
Right,
all
right.
that. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't
Yeah, right.
even
I just wanted to make sure that you acknowledge that there is
You got
something a step beyond that.
you got it, yeah. Hell yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, because when I think about
I am is the verbalization of the
That
it is.
yeah, I was about to say is. Like,
is
we gonna
exactly
start saying
is.
I is.
I is
So now,
So
hey, Christian
then
don't
I
let me get a
am.
chance to
Hey.
say it is.
I am
It
is all matter, you know, like, you know what I mean? And so
right,
it's like
all matter.
all matter, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And it's like
I feel like I am is the pinnacle of the mind. Like
yeah.
it's the highest you can go before you have to drop all labels. Because when you get into that invisible state, that ineffable, beyond everything transcendental state, if it's just you and there's nobody else, it's just pure existence or pure isness. Who are you saying I to?
Right. Isness,
Who
right.
is you? Who is there to you to
That was
say
a bar.
I to?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all
And I
everything
mean,
is an
and
illusion.
but you can still talk to yourself, right? We, you know what I'm saying? I feel that even in the ultimate supreme, there is an awareness of being, right? Because you are just that. So there is an awareness. So to be
Right.
able to, the moment that you begin to speak and trying to refer, right? Because remember, communication is from one to another. So you
Yeah.
have to separate yourself to be able to do it. And that's where the
It's done.
identification comes from, you know, because other than that, we talking to ourselves. We know who we are. You know what I'm saying? I know who I
Right.
is. Right?
Right.
Hey,
Respect.
let me say something to that real quick. On a human scale, we have an identity, right? The
Right.
identity,
Mhm.
we take ourselves away from being the entity. We say the
Yeah,
whole
it's
thing,
just one.
identity, but really we're just the entity, not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
I.
yeah.
One entity itself.
So this is what Christian is saying. Take the I am out of it, the identity. Take that identity out of the identity, and just be the entity.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And I'm lit.
Yeah. No, that's the part. Like, listen, man. It's like, for example, we know the ingredients of water, right? We know it's hydrogen and oxygen, but we cannot make water. Like, we can't do it, right? You got the ingredients. Now, the reason why, right, comes down to, like, for an example, they did in that movie, like in that documentary, they took all the air out, right? So we were told that sound travels, right? It needs something to travel with. So it had like a little clear box, and it had an alarm going, right? But what they noticed was like there was still like energy being created in there, right? Even without that, there was still sound or things picking up, but that was that white noise because it's still that radio active wave, right? I don't even know if y'all listen, man.
Nah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
No, look. Hey, they put out a movie called White Noise. So
Yes.
That's where I'm at right now. I was when it was first mentioned, I immediately went to that movie and they was dropping shit in that movie, but they put it in a ghost
That's what I
situation.
was getting. That's what I was getting ready to say, right? So why
Listen
are
down.
we afraid of that,
Listen
right?
down. Go ahead.
Why? So why is it like the movie White Noise? Why is it that these entities were able to travel through it, right? You've been told like don't fall asleep with the TV. You know when TV used to go off, right? You know you used to have white noise on this motherfucker, right? They would
Right.
tell you don't fall asleep to the white noise. You know it's a what? It's a frequency. It's a door for traveling, right? So
Mm.
and when you think about the separation of this borrowing energy, what it would do is create an instant like a little wormhole, like or like a dimension. When it separated itself and when it came back for this few seconds, that was a hole like into something else. But it's so quick that by the time you try to like measure it, it's gone already, right? So think about time travel. Think about the quote unquote dimension, the other dimensions, right?
We're here.
We're here, right? Exactly. So having white noise, and now that we know that the white noise really is the essence, I would call the white noise the essence of the I am, because it
Hey,
is so,
look.
it's so untangible.
Can I say
Go
this
ahead.
real quick? That didn't before they turned everything from digital, what was it, analog to digital? There's no more white noise. It's up. This is all that shit.
Gone.
The white noise was analog. This digital shit, you can't get that no more. You have to already know what that is in order to tap in on that frequency.
Mm-hmm. And the only way, like, unless you get a radio, right? You got to get a radio, you know what I'm saying, and be able to listen to that shit, you know what I'm saying, old school with an antenna, right? You can't just plug it into the car because it's digital, right? Now we're on digital frequencies. So, again, we cannot like dismiss the quote unquote what we view as the void. Nigga, I'm with the void. I'm so cold you can't even see me, but I'm right in your motherfucking face. Nigga, I'm everywhere. There's nothing you can do to get rid of me. I will forever and forever exist. Forever.
That's why I fuck with the electromagnetic spectrum. When you actually look at it, the scale from radio waves all the way to ultraviolet and up, and then how they scale it back from the visible light spectrum into dark matter, and then from dark matter it goes to dark energy, which is really like 70% of everything. You know what I'm saying? Then you got like 30% or 29% dark matter, and then it's 0.5% that we actually seeing with these eyes, these two physical eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
and that's just on this level of where we at in our human experience. You know what I'm saying? Fuck around and jump out of this shit into I'm seeing like a bee or something. And that's why I'm
Right,
like,
right.
when you look at them different animals or different insects and you try to put your mind or your perception and some shit like that, just knowing like a bee, like they got to be able to pick out a certain scent or plant miles away. They got a whole different type of perception. They on a whole different frequency.
Right.
They code to even maintain they structure within a beehive is off the charts. Like that shit on some whole other shit. You know what I'm saying? You ever see that movie Valerian?
Nah.
Have I seen that?
Man, that movie is so cold.
Was that a war movie?
Nah, that shit on some.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
It's like
Nah,
it's
you have
like
to
all
drop that
these.
in the chat.
Yeah, it's pretty much like all these different species of beings, like intelligent species of beings, come to live on one planet. And so you got all these different, forms. You got water forms. You got like a robotic type form that does all of their electronics. You got, but they all working together to make this one thing go. But everybody is on different levels, different frequencies and shit. That shit dope. Y'all gotta definitely check that out. But they got a specific race on there that know how to create portals outside of that to get back to like their home place and shit because they ended up getting trapped. It's a whole little story, but that shit lit on how they be dropping shit in there for sure.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely want to tap in
Going
with
back
that.
to what Renee was saying,
Mhm.
I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna chill out with that white noise, with that static. And I know it, and I'm saying this because I know that y'all like in a younger generation of the cartoons, but that Static Shock cartoon, like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
these niggas be dropping like so much different shit. It's just like, you know what I
Oh,
mean?
for real.
And
Yeah.
if you look at what they got out, there was another one that they put out recently. It was actually a show. What's the dude? I think he got the fucking like the lightning symbol and shit and shit. What's the new shit?
Is that Kazam or Wazam or some shit?
Nah, not that one. It's actually a show. It's a
Oh,
show.
Black.
Black
Oh,
Lightning. There you go.
oh,
Is it
okay,
Black
yeah,
Lightning? Yeah.
yeah.
But just on that type of time, it's just like, you know, they still, even Storm, like all these characters that got to do with that static electricity, they're black. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's a science behind that, like, you know what I mean. But that's
Yeah.
a whole different conversation. But
Yeah. Yeah.
you know what I mean. But that Static Shock shit is crazy. I used to watch that shit as a kid. I'm like, hold on, but that wasn't my childhood shows. But it's
Mhm.
Yeah.
like, you know,
Yeah. But that's what I'm just saying, man. So when we talk about stepping into a frequency, right? White noise is a frequency. So we've been able to hear it, or used to be able to hear it on the radio, or hear it as, you know, as static, or hear it on TV. Now we don't, but it's still all around us. So there is still not only visually something there, but audibly it's still there. So when we talk about being a part of the collective, right? So think about if I, you know, telekinesis and all of that stuff, right? So if I want to send you a message, you know what I'm saying, won't, you know what I'm saying, look into my eyes, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't even need to do that. I'm sending it through the radio waves of the white noise, and you just picking up on that frequency, right? So we cannot, like, that's the super highway. And back to what you were saying, Self, about the bees, right? So they're so tapped in, right, to a certain frequency that it is, that frequency is now becomes vision. You know what I'm saying? It's a feeling and vision. So they can see the lanes just as clear as day. You know what I mean? Like, I know exactly where I'm going. This shit is
we talking about the grids. That's what that grid is.
yeah, you know what I'm saying?
For real.
They can see the grid. And
Yeah.
so it's like the idea, right? You know, we talk about size, right? When we look down at ants, or when we look down at the rocks, when we look down at sand, right? There are more stars and galaxies in the universe there than there is all the grains of sand in the world. Like, just really, like, think about that for a second. You take a scoop of fucking sand that's in your hand from the beach. That's nothing. That's a droplet of all the planets, the stars, the galaxies, and everything that exists in the universe. That's crazy, right? So then we think of ourselves as big motherfuckers, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm big and bad. I mean, I'm short, right? I'm only 5 foot, you know what I'm saying? But like, it gives us a really an insignificance when we really think about it, but we significant, right? You know what I'm saying? Think about the power that we harness, and we on this little bitty motherfucking planet, right? Amongst all of these other millions and billions of galaxies, stars, and all of that shit, right? And then when we think about prayer, when we think about God in a traditional sense, we are nothing but a grain of salt in the mass, like, universe, when we really, like, look at ourselves. So get over ourselves, right?
Ain't
Get connected.
shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, like who are you really, right? Like,
I don't even exist no more after this conversation. Like,
right, exactly, right? You know what I'm saying? That's not a bit right. It's
Hey,
like,
hey, I tell niggas all the time, I don't exist. I really
I
don't.
don't exist. This is just a little hologram. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Projection. That's it.
That's
Yeah.
it.
just think about that. So then to say like, damn, if we are just but a grain of salt in fucking existence, but we are so powerful, we are still part of the essence of God.
It's
We're
crazy.
still source. When you like that part right there is almost, you can't almost understand it. And talk about the light, right? They say when you come back home or come into the light, back to God, or you return to your source, the light is so blinding, every knee shall bow, right? If we're talking about the biblical thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it just made me think when they said, okay, when Moses asked God if he can just see you, he said, all right, you can see me, but from behind. But if you saw me from the front, it would just kill you. Now think about sun rays. Just think about how powerful that energy could be, right, going forward. So what we're describing when we're talking about coming back to source and coming together, and that light be just so fucking crazy, there is no words to describe it. It's beautiful. It's more than what we could audibly even like. There's no words to express it. Like we can't. There isn't. So when we say I am, for me, that is like all matter. You know, it just changes it, right? It almost is like a formula, MC squared or whatever. Nigga, I am is all matter, and it's something that we can't even make because we can't bottle this white noise. We can't create the white noise. We can't bottle it, and that's the reason why we can't make water. We can't make certain things, even though we have technology.
Yeah.
So it's because that's the missing element, right? Is everything if we can strike a fire in a place that needs oxygen, we forget that that oxygen is still being carried and that light is still being carried by that white noise. You can't escape it, nigga. That's like gonna be my new nickname or something. I fucks with the white noise. I fuck with,
White noise.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm the void, you know. So that
That's in
shit just really
between.
changed
Yeah.
my shit ever.
I just want to say something about something you
Boy,
said about.
that's why they had you as Facebook user, Renee. You don't
Exactly.
Right.
They had her in the void.
Yeah.
Right.
Facebook user, god damn it.
Man, I just want to say something about what you said earlier about the void and how you said something like everything is going back to it, or it's basically swallowing everything back up into itself. It's absorbing everything back into itself. And that shit is crazy because it made me see something in the Bhagavad Gita that niggas, all the scholars, I don't think none of them are able to understand that Krishna said. Cause you know,
I heard that shit is lit. I'm so sorry, but that's another thing I've heard people talk about. I'm like, man, I gotta. When I say
it's
this, I
so good.
really want to call you and really deal with you. Like, you know what I mean? So
Right.
you know,
Oh, for sure.
Call
For sure.
me, nigga, on that same line, nigga.
Yo,
Yeah,
I,
we need to get a phone chat, phone line.
Yeah.
yo. So you know, so Krishna, what he represent in that whole pantheon, he is like a person, like you know that the when you said the white and the black come together and become that pure energy, he's
Yeah.
like a person if they was able to remain fully conscious in that and be in a physical body at the same time.
Ooh,
Like
wow.
so when he said I, that's what he was talking about. You know what I mean? So make a long story short, the whole Bhagavad Gita is about Krishna giving this dude named Arjun counsel while he goes to war with his family over the kingdom, right? And so Krishna is teaching him spiritual science of why he shouldn't be afraid. But make a long story short, there's a part where he's talking to Arjun where he reveals his true form. because Arjun asked, like, let me see who you really are. So
Right.
Krishna transforms into his true form. And Arjun was fucking, this nigga was scared as shit because he didn't know what he was looking at. Because Krishna became like a million different forms at once. But some of them were very beautiful and benevolent and prince and kingly looking, but some of them was scary looking, like evil and demonic and shit. But what Arjun said that he saw is he seen everybody on the battlefield and everybody in the universe rushing into Krishna's mouths, and Krishna was just eating them and smashing their ass, right? And Arjun couldn't understand that image. And he got scared and was like, yo, who are you? Like, I don't understand. And Krishna was like, I am death personified. I came to destroy all people. And then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
That is
he ended
like-
up having to turn back into his regular form because Arjun was fucked up. Like, he was like, this nigga was on a DMT trip type shit. So it made me think about what you said about, you know, everything is going back to that source. That's what Krishna meant. That's all the soldiers and the people rushing into his mouth. And why he said he's death personified. So really,
Hey,
what
let
I
me
what I
tap
want
into
to
that real quick. Go ahead
yeah,
and
let
finish,
me
but
just
I'm
say this
definitely
last
gonna
part.
follow up after you.
For sure. The last part I just want to say is that when he said that I am death personified and I came to destroy all people, that make me see the image that you said of us going back into the void. So it's almost like the void being this infinite source of all matter and all energy expressed itself as infinity or the all. But once it expresses itself as the all, it swallows itself back, it absorbs itself back into itself.
Into
So
the one
time
or the
is
zero.
us dying, or really death is life, bro. It's a big ass paradox.
Exactly.
That's the cycle.
Exactly.
That's
Hey,
the
real quick.
cycle.
So I don't know.
That kind of reminds.
Can
Real
y'all
quick,
hear me?
Love Drum, or Mr. Divine, I'm so sorry. That reminds me of saying, like, when Jesus comes back, he's coming back with a sword to, you know,
Oh yeah, right.
go back for no peace.
The nukes finna drop.
Right.
And I just want to say that because just listening to it is just like, you know, I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I haven't read the Bhagavad
Gita.
Bhagavad Gita, yeah. So when I hear certain things about it, I automatically think about it. I'm like, nigga, this shit is up. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's gonna hit you up. Just be like, all right, nigga, tell me about this shit so we can bust this shit down.
Yo, we gotta do that. That's gonna be a dope ass session.
Yeah.
We just need to make that a whole show. For
Yeah.
real.
Yeah. What was you about to say, Miss Divine?
Oh yeah, y'all can hear me? I think
Yeah.
it might be lagging on my end. Okay, well, but I had a death experience, and it's exactly what describing. I mean, as best you can with words, right? But it's the physical vessel knows it to be, but our consciousness continues forward, and it's literally a light. Like, go into the light, like it is a light, but the light is black, but it's at the same time, and it's so massive and just like immense. All of the vocabulary words you can use to describe the magnitude of power that it just let go. And so that is basically you're going back to sourceness, which ironically makes you separate from your body, because this body is an illusion away from the illusion and come back to your truest form, which is nothing.
Exactly.
Right.
So death is just the death of the false self, but it's the life of the true self.
Come on now.
That's why, you know, I have different perspectives when people say like what death is. There is no, because it's always
there ain't no death.
New beginning.
There is no death.
Always a continuum.
Exactly.
Cycle right back into self, into a whole nother form and shit.
That's
and y'all seen the movie Soul, right?
Because it's almost like
that's
how I understand reincarnation. So when you reincarnate, you basically go back to the very beginning, and then you end up in another body at some point. But I think that, you know, we're not gonna get too deep in. You can expedite that process.
And that's what I'm saying. With that is, if we're coming back to source as that universe, right? So then we got to know that there's, when we combust again, or when we come back together into this ultimate, that's going to be the new world, a new heaven, new earth, whatever, however, new plane of existence. So they said
the birth of a whole new reality,
right? Because it says this world or this universe will pass away, and there will be another one. So,
and that's why, if that's the case, if this universe is going to pass away, which we all know it will, this earth will, our lives will, these temporary bodies will.
Yeah.
That's why they say that attachment is the cause of suffering. Because if we all know we rushing into the mouths of death, why are we attached to this shit? You know what I'm saying?
We've been doing this shit forever.
Forever.
It's the vessel. It's the vessel.
We've been doing it forever, man.
Yeah, but see, it's the X factor, right? It's the unknown. So until you know thyself, it becomes an X factor. So then you fear what you don't understand or what you don't know. So that's why knowledge of self is important. Now you have really nothing to fear. Now you ready, like, okay, shit, okay, let me go ahead and enjoy this and boogie out. And then, okay, nigga, when it's my time to go, we don't have an expectancy because we don't know. But if you've had the chance to be around somebody that didn't die, like, you know, dramatically, right? Or it seems like they're having their transition and looks peaceful. And the thing that I like about death in that sense, if somebody can say something, like, you know, we had Steve Jobs or certain people say, like, oh wow, like, or they say things like, it makes you even curious, like, okay, it's not scary, right? They're like, I'm in between these two worlds, and I'm trying to express to you, oh, like, that's the only word that I could say is like, oh wow, like, I don't have no words. Or they're just looking like,
death is lit, yo.
Yeah, like, I can't get the words out, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you what it is, but this last breath, I can't. But it's the, like, I really believe it's a beautiful transition. But now the question now is, though, so can you ever truly really be separate from God in your unwillingness to know thyself, right? Are you really unconscious? What happens to that other energy? Because it is still there, but it's just,
that's what I was.
Yeah. What can you ever really be separated? Are you really always unconscious? Will there ever be a space where you're not returning to God?
No,
never. That's an illusion.
Ooh.
Yeah, you always are this.
Yeah, you are.
I was
only can
about to say, that's like yourself. Can you get away from yourself?
You can't really separate from this. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm sorry that none of y'all niggas are Geminis, but I understand that. But it's just like, you know, and I'm just joking when I say that, but it's just like, you know, when we understand that, you know, it's multiple things. Fuck the Gemini stance, but, you know, fuck the two sides, but it's multiple things that's, you know, that creates this all, or that creates this eternity, or that creates this expansion, right? But when we understand that we're just this one thing, when you come into that, man, it's just a feeling, just like, and I know, and look, Miss Divine, I know that you're probably a lot younger, but when you say coming to the light, that's still, you know, reflecting on the poltergeist, which is, you know, the Carol Ann situation, to where it's just like, nigga, like, that static electricity, what we're talking about, the black and the white, come into that as one. Like, you know what I mean? See what this other side is about. Like, you know what I mean? And
The separate,
until you come into that, you know, even I think even when you come into it, it's going to, because I believe that I've been into it, so it's just like it exposes you to a whole different understanding, or a whole different experience, or a whole different reality. But
let me ask y'all this:
until you do, it's just gonna be like, okay, like, nigga, it's gonna be kind of like double Dutchish. Like, you know what I mean? To where it's just like, okay, I'm in, but I'm out, but I'm in, but I'm out. But you know, just to bring that into a level of oneness is just like, nigga, I'm all money in.
Right, but hold on though, but like on some real shit. For what about so when you don't have the light on, when you have not chosen to step into the light, right? What happens is you are still lit, whether you are conscious of it, right? But I'll use it like this, like sperm, right? Okay, there's always gonna be like some duds that you are sperm, right? But you can't swim, right? They there so that who you are there, right? He's looking in a microscope, but he just can't swim or just going in a circle or whatever the case may be. So you are part of that essence, but until that light comes on, I guess that's my question. What happened to those that refuse to step into the consciousness of who they are? We know that they are a part of us, right? But as a if I'm trying to think of it chemically, right, or as a form of energy, where does that energy go, right? Like even to express it in a Bible sense, that would be considered the hell, right? Of to be separate. Right?
From what I know, those people are the ones that have to reincarnate into different bodies. You know what I'm saying? That reflect their state of consciousness.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get
recycled. You know what I'm saying?
That's
when they say that ignorance is bliss, right? If you walk around not knowing anything, then if you don't have any like the smallest inclination of anything, it's just like, well, nigga, I still vote. And I hate to say it like that, but I still vote. I still, believe in the wooty wop of the wooty wops, like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, and they're comfortable within that state. Yeah. But as the expansion comes, you cannot escape the expansion, right? So you could be cool while you're cool. That's just like not knowing what pussy feel like. And I hate to use this example, but it's just like not knowing, and then you start looking at females like, hey, nigga, females they don't got cooties. Like some of these bitches is lit. Which is like, oh shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all right, now I'm seeing, and then you start to learn females, and then how self-made will put it, you'll hit that bump or you'll hump. Like, you know what I mean? And then it's just like, then you expand your understanding of what the shit is. Like, you know what I mean? And then you'll come into that. But while you're still at that kid space, cooties is good. Like, cooties, like, bitches got cooties. Like, you're still like, that ignorance is bliss, because it's just like, I ain't got to deal with none of this shit, because there is that state to where going from one thing to the next. You got to deal with crazy motherfuckers and their energy and all the other shit. But when you master this shit, it's just like, nigga, this shit is up. So I'm going to say that the space that it takes for the people to not be in that certain stance is still kind of lit, because, every stage that's a part of this shit is lit. We just don't know that it's lit. Like, you know what I mean? Because again, ignorance is bliss. We don't know that we're not lit. Like, you know what I mean? Just think about when we wasn't here. We didn't know that we wasn't lit. Like, nigga, we was lit.
Yeah, right.
Like, and then we be like, hold on, nigga, but we're lit.
Right.
You think the ones that's lit or the ones that turned on that light, memory wise, like once you jump out this vessel, once you jump out this being, you get all your memories back from all lifetimes.
Woo. Yeah.
Which then bring you back into that source energy. Yeah. Is it just instant, or is it still like you're transitioning now from having a vessel into a whole different form where you gotta get the rest of your memories back?
Well, that's a whole process.
Yeah,
that's a whole process in itself.
Like the idea of going through the whole process
until back into the beginning.
Yeah, I like the process.
So you may jump out of this and nigga jump right into a B body, which is the next level, whatever the next level is. You know what I'm saying? Closer back to source.
Yeah. Right. I actually like that, because I think for me personally, right? I've been here before, right? Before I would never say that. I never believed in reincarnation. I was like, nigga, what? This is one life and one life only, right? I bought into it, but the more you start getting into consciousness, right? And again, now understanding the white noise, right, which is the real radio waves, right? That's the whispers of God, right? That's the real how we are all connected. So of course, in that essence, I've been here before because I've always existed, right? And so when I just really, when you just like really just sit with this shit though and just let it like really simmer in your spirit, there's no way, right, to be separated. But when you do, I feel like, is that like, I guess I would compare that to I was having hell on earth, right? I'm totally free now. Like I can listen, I can give two shits.
Compared to our reality, that's their experience in hell.
Right.
And I feel like the lower you go in ignorance, the more hellish the experience in comparison to our experience.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Right? So you a dead man walking in that sense. That to me, that's like, that's the dead part of you. You're very much alive, but if you're not aware, you don't open your eyes and see where you're going. My people perish for a lack of knowledge, right? So you're gonna have to. You can't go to where we going because you don't believe in it. You're not trying to. You're not going within. You're not trying to get on the freeway, right? You say you want out of this, right? And when the truth is presented to you, you have a choice to accept it or reject it. And if you reject it, hey man, listen, you going back to repeat this shit like, you know what I'm saying, 11th, 12th year seniors, right? That's like, nigga, you're remedial in this. You know what I mean? And now, I feel like,
I was gonna say, now, do you think, like, for instance, say you done leveled up, like, nigga, okay, I done graduated from Earth, and I jump out this vessel. Can you choose to come back? Is there a comeback to come back to?
Hell yeah.
I think,
you know what I'm saying?
I think you can always choose to come back.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? It's your choice.
Which was ultimately, I was gonna say, kind of like, there is no set. It all goes back into, like, it's already one. You know what I'm saying? So it'll always maintain the cycle instead of like the cycle ending and it just being a ball of just nothingness or everything at once.
So,
but go ahead, Christian.
Well, all I was gonna say is that according to what I learned, eventually, so this universe, these universes, because there's multiple universes, could exist for trillions and trillions of years. So to us, it always, you know, that's damn near forever to most from our perspective. But eventually, there's a point where there's a great dissolution where all of that shit is reabsorbed back into the source, and there's a resting period. It's like we all come back into the self. Exactly. And then after that period of time, there's a reset and a rebirth and a recreation of everything all over again, just anew now. It's like a new experience.
Yeah.
Okay, you ever seen
you know what's so...
Go ahead. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know what's deep about the word anew, and this actually just came to me today. The Egyptian god for this primordial water creation void nothingness now is literally called Nu. So every time I hear anew, that beginnings, that fertile water, that every part of life and creation was born, just deep black dark nothingness. It's static, but it's moving, just like somebody, you know, water.
It's constant. It's always moving. And so when it in that documentary, one thing I liked about it, and I need to pull the image, but what it is they were able to zoom out, right? And if you can take a huge image of the universe, right? And so as far as these space shuttles and whatever the little orbs have been going, right, to record and take pictures. So what they started doing is zooming out and zooming out and zooming out and zooming out, right? So what it looks like though is that core of the light, and then all these like little webs, it's called like the universal web or whatever. But these are all these universes that are actually connected, right? So you start to, when I saw it, and it just kind of like this is almost as close of in our human bodies as we're going to get to being able to see, I'll say, like the face of God in essence, right? At least the door, right? Because it starts here, right? So here's all these web of universes, right? So when we talk about reincarnation and coming back, it's like we've traveled through all of these different universes, all of these lifetimes. So our lifetime may not even be coming back to this earth. We have no idea what this other lifetime in this universe is. And so when we're in this when we're in this consciousness, right, it is, I feel like, for me personally, I feel like this is, I don't want to say my final time through this one, but it is my purpose now is to drop those breadcrumbs to say, hey, I am your stewardess, you know what I mean? And I'm going to take you on this flight in this journey, right? So I'm going to go ahead and give you the information that you need. Here's your oxygen mask, here's this, here's that. You ready for a ride? Let's go, right? So that you are able to come on this journey. And that I feel like, for me, my sense is that my purpose is on the other side. But this go around in this level of consciousness at the age that I'm coming into it with the influence, I'm going to talk to everybody that I come into contact with. It's like, I got to show you this light.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I want to real quick, ask you, because...
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, you got it. Because I was just going to say that I think Krishna asked the question about, can we choose, or it might have been self, can we choose to come back here? And going back to what Benet was just now saying, I think that sometimes we come back here as the stewardess or as the tour guide or as, know. So I think we have the opportunity to say, you want to know what? Let me just go double back and go drop some shit real quick. I'm gonna bang out, like, you know what I mean? So what to say, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask you because like what Benet is talking about is a belief that I have, but I want to ask you what you guys think about it. And it's, we are the personification of the entirety of everything. Well, as human beings on this planet, on this earth, in this existence, we are that. Say, like, we die and then we come back into a new universe. I'm literally seeing a person. Like, that's how I'm like, every person is their own universe.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's kind of dope.
So my question is, do y'all believe that? Do you believe that, like, how you're talking about each grain of sand, that it's entire universe, and when it's done being in that form and it breaks down back into the middle of just white noise and static, when it comes into another form, whatever that form is, universe or another perception or another lifetime?
So
let me touch that real quick, because I got to piss like a motherfucker. But when we talk about being universes, right? Because the uni is just one, UNI, and then verse is just one. So if we're talking about the universe, right? Let me explore Benet's world. I'm gonna explore Self-Made's world. I'm gonna explore Krishna's world, and I'm gonna explore Miss Divine's world. So all of these different worlds that we put out there is different universes, to where it's just like, how can I identify myself by traveling to your planet? This is similar to going to different states, right? Like different places. Yeah, I know what I'm trying to say. So going to somebody's house. Exactly. Going to different states is just like, okay, well, let me see what this state is about. Let me see how this state's rock. So all of these different people would be different universes for sure. But when it comes down to when that is done, when that is over, right? It's just like, okay, so where, like, what's the next shit? And I think that that's the lit shit because it's just like, you know, once you get so many different people exploring your shit, it's just like a tour. Like when you go on to like when you go to a museum and shit, it's just like so many different people has been to this museum. It's just like, are we going to keep the same thing or are we going to shut this shit down and then create a whole new different
Whole
museum?
new one.
Exactly. So we have to create this new universe or this new heaven or this new earth. Like, you know what I mean? To where people are going to understand, like, nigga, this is going to be the spot to go check out. New clubs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that
I
old
think
popping, but nigga, this new club's going to be lit. So,
and I think no, go ahead, my bad.
oh no, I was just saying, when it comes down to the actual each individual's a new universe. Like, I love to explore people's worlds, and this is another reason why I love this podcast because it's just like, you know, free your mind, and if I can help you free your mind in any way, I have to explore your mind or I have to explore your universe in order for me to even help you free your shit or you to free my shit. I mean, I'm not saying that I got all the answers. So anytime any person comes on, you guys are helping me free my mind as well. So you're exploring my universe, which makes me look at my shit like, hey, my shit is kind of lit. Like, nigga, my gas station over here is kind of cool. I got right there, like, you know what I mean? So then I get a chance to see y'all shit too. So just that the exploration of different universes helps the collective as one. Like, you know what I mean? And I just want to say that.
Hey, no, I was going just to add on to pretty much what you saying. It's
lit.
like
y'all got me lit. Let me say
conversation's lit, bro.
All y'all got me lit right now. I ain't even gonna hold y'all, but go ahead.
Just piggybacking off of what you said, as far as like we all are touching pretty much and experiencing each other's universes. I feel like simultaneously as we're doing that, as we are collecting data, ultimately as we're receiving all of this data, simultaneously we're creating these newer worlds, these newer universes right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like depending upon how you think, and I think that's where that reincarnation and all that shit come into play, is like depending upon how you choose to perceive your reality is how you're choosing to your next time around. You know what I'm saying? If it's like if I'm flying in my head, I got flying cars and all types of shit going on up in here, then nigga, when I get out of this, that's where I'm going next. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm on some religious, I'm scared, I'm fearful, you know what I'm saying? Then that's where my mind is stuck at. That's where my energy is kind of like stuck at. So I come back to that same thing. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I preach all the time. I think that's what Benet was saying earlier. Like, you experience what you believe. And that is not just true for this physical realm, but for everything beyond it as well, because all is mental, all is mind.
So then now we start looking at what is hell, right? You know what I'm saying? When you look at being an ultimate supreme, right? And you like the cream of the crop, of course, that's going to be that. Anything less than that is a ball of fucking fire, right? Because it's dumb, right? To even be there. So our perception of what hell is, but we understand now that hell is like that hell loop, right? The things that we are holding on to, those beliefs. So when we look at visually looking at the universe, if we're looking at the end of that light, that as it's all collapsing into itself, but there's that galaxy web, right? So when we're talking, you're going back through this one like neighborhood constantly until you get this shit together. But along this chain, there are all these different avenues. And to relay it back like to the Bible, it says, okay, God is going before me and preparing a place for me, right? So when we talk about a place for you, so where is your place, right? Where's your house or your universe? And when we're looking at this web, like, man, I wish I could show it to you guys what it is, but
I've seen it before. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? And you'll see these little like almost look like connectors. They're like super bright white lights, but those are like universes, right? The galaxy. So when you're looking at this web and it's going further and further and further out, it really appears infinite, right? Because that's going to take you, like you said, 1 trillion or billion years to kind of go through this avenue. But when you go to that place, right? God has prepared a place. Well, as this avenue or this web is there and it's all coming back, this to me, in my essence, that is the resting place, right? Because now that is the place that we're chilling at in this next dimension until it is completely absolved of itself, and then we're going to that next level. So when people are even tied to, okay, don't burn me, right? Because the Bible says, I'm supposed to come out this coffin, basically, right? And then come to the heavens. They can burn me, whatever. I'm still here, right? The resting place is not on the actual planes of this earth. It's still within that galaxy, right? You have a place to rest until everything is brought back into the fold, right? Back into the void with a new combustion, some shit we ain't never seen, right? Because it's going to take time. So you really, now the next question I would think of in this next space, do we choose to truly rest in peace, meaning be unconscious until this time? Or do we choose to, and when I say choose to be unconscious, like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, do we choose to like travel, not to come back to Earth, meaning, right? I'm trying to figure out what I'm
So
trying
are
to
you
say.
saying like when we decide to shut the whole web down, do we just rest in the nothingness?
Yes.
Or do we have some, like, is there an experience for us or a resting place for us during that resting period?
Can you really stop the combustion? I think is like where I was at with it. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, let me just get this out. It's almost like the combustion. It's thinking about, okay, like the sun, right? I'm gonna just use this as an example. You got the sun as the converter of the dark energy into the light. Okay. You feel me? But that's a constant. That's what I mean by like constant, as far as like there is a resting place, you could say, which is the converter. Right. But that convert is still converting the data. You feel me? To have the combustion on the other side and then the absorption on the other side of that. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So, but now we talk about levels of consciousness. Now we are beyond this human shit. Now we're talking about the consciousness, as I think you said earlier, Woon, about what's encoded, right? So is that code, what kind of perception of consciousness or feeling is that versus what, we are in this frame of mind, what we know is feeling, right? What we know is pain, what we know is rest and tiredness. But if everything is always constantly moving, what does that force really do? And in that resting place, right, it can always constantly be moving, but it may not be moving forward, right? It could be moving well, I guess it's move forward and backwards, but you know what I mean? Yeah. But you know what I mean? It's not, I think there's stages of stages of movement, right? And so could we ever truly ever really be at rest?
No. Let me say that. Today, right, this morning, remember, I get up 5 o'clock in the morning, I go run. I'm in, and I said this when I first talked to, when I first spoke on a group chat, I said, hey, y'all, I'm relaxed like a motherfucker. Mm-hmm. I'm relaxed. I didn't say I was rested. I'm relaxed.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, right? Because that's not relaxed.
Even when we say that we're resting, right? Even if we're asleep, our minds is not working. The mind is still going. So niggas is still active, right? So at best, and this is because I just now thought about this recently. I forgot who the fuck I was talking to. One of you ugly motherfuckers. But it was just like, and I don't know, shit, but it was just like, fuck a rest in peace when you're no longer here. Like the best rest in peace is right now. Like like I don't have no beef. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? I didn't already I'm already at a point to where if we're going to talk about rest, my mind is at rest because I'm not worried about politics. I'm not worried about any. I'm not, nigga. It's up. So when I say it's up, my legs could be up. I'm resting right now. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. When I was younger, my mind couldn't rest because, like, and just like what Pac said, inside my mind couldn't find a place to rest until I got that thug life. Like, so he understood. He can't stop winning. It was just like, yeah, it's up. So that's the same thing with this I am up gang shit. Inside my mind, I couldn't find a place to rest until I got this I am tatted on my chest. Like, you know what I mean? So now, oh, I get it now. It's up. Now I can relax. I'm not gonna use the word rest, but I'm relaxed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, I ain't worried about none of this shit. Nigga, I'm relaxed. Say something.
This kind of reminds me. This kind of reminds me of like 0 point meditation, and Benet was explaining earlier with the documentary, right? Like they described their scientific process, but that process can be experienced as just an individual. So you were saying, Benet, like that light and that dark, that is one. Basically, what they did to recreate or simulate, right, this becoming of creation, they separated it. And in that separation, like you said, there was almost like a hole. But the moment that you recognize it, it's gone. That's literally what 0 point meditation is. And, you know, anyone who meditates, it's not even a second. It's like a split instance. It's an instance. It's not even a whole moment. It's just an instance. And man, when I tell you that, to me, I think that is literally poking a hole into the universe, and you just get the tiniest glimpse of that am, right? So y'all was talking about there's like I am, but then there just is. That would be the am, right? And Benet even said all matter, which is AM. So I mean, I like that. I'm gonna just roll with that after this conversation. The am is all matter, and so if my 0 point meditation can take me as close as I can get without leaving my body, but it literally can last you for hours, for days. If you practice that 0 point meditation consistently, you can have this at peace that we're talking about and just embody it fully. But it takes so much goddamn discipline because the mind be going, it be going.
Hey, I call it 0 point energy. And that's what the ancients, in a sense, had an understanding of, either whether through meditation and through physical means, as far as like creating portals to be able to travel. And that's kind of like what you were saying, Benet, earlier. That it's like how you said in the instance, like that instance of 0 point energy. Think about a portal. Like they show you Stargate and shit. You literally walk from Earth to Saturn in not even a second. Like, I'm in there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the dope part about that web that you're talking about, because as ancients, or in them times where our frequency was hella high, we had the universe mapped out on that type of time so that we can jump. We knew where we was jumping, all the different on some nigga Guardians of the Galaxy type shit. Like, hold on, let me go holler at my Palladians over here real quick, because we got this popping right now. I need some help. I need some help from the dragons down here, or you know what I'm saying? So we had that shit. We was lit. We was already up. We had the shit mapped out, webbed out, and nigga got swindled. They done took
exactly
and shit. Then wiped our memories out and shit, all types of shit. Like, goddamn.
Right.
And that's what low-key makes me think, like, we already went through that second wave of creation. Like, we're in the beginning stages of that new world that's been talked about. Because we were already at a peak, and our technology was good as fuck. We knew how to literally harness this white noise energy you're talking about and use it and make electricity and have a functioning society, so much to the point that some of our societies, right, some of our civilizations got so highly advanced, they found a way to almost like elevate their physical form into these other planes that we can't see. So like, I don't know who it was earlier, but somebody was talking about like different light waves and different frequencies. Humans can't necessarily receive and perceive all of that, but you know, reindeers, dolphins, whales, bees, they have the physical capability to receive this other quote unquote realms. So that lets you know the realms are really right here. But what can we use as humans to tap into that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And
I'm
so
gonna say this last thing real quick, then I'm gonna slide right quick because it's like 1:36 in my dimension.
Oh,
But to what Miss Divine said about the 0 point energy, I want to say something about that real quick. Then I'm gonna dip. So and about the being in a restful state, it just made me think about basically what they call in Eastern religion the transcendental state, right? Which is basically being in a meditative state while in action, to make it simple. You like your physical body and your mind can be doing things. You can be working, you can be creating, you doing shit, but consciously or inwardly, you're in a detached meditative state. Like you're literally at rest within, even though your body isn't performing actions and activities and shit. You know what I'm saying? So when you meditate, when you in that 0 point, the more you practice, you know, like she said, dipping into that pool, that pure energy, the more you can actually stay in that while still performing activities. So you can be restful and performing activities at the same time.
I done did that shit so many times, man. I be driving in my mind, gone, and nigga, I miss my exit, boy. I'll be right. I be 3 exits down the way. Like, oh shit, hold on, shit, I'm tripping. You know what I mean? Like that shit happened a lot for real.
See, that's kind of like what I was talking about, Christian, to where it's just like, you know, even though, you know, I'm still actively living in this physical reality, nigga, I'm resting right now. Like I'm
really
like,
resting.
So
because in actuality, if you are that pure energy is always in a transcendental, is really non-active itself. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I was trying to get to. Non-active, right?
It's a non-active, you chilling, like you straight, but the material side of yourself is doing all type of shit. So that observer, the observer not doing shit but watching. It's just watching the energy do shit and play out and move and vibrate and shit. You know what I'm saying? So me, I'm just practicing just being the observer and just watching. Like I'm not this body, I'm not this vessel. So I could be playing basketball, I could be working, I could be doing whatever, or this body can be doing that. But I'm just the being watching this body do that.
Right.
So I don't even associate with nothing that my body is doing. Like that sounds crazy. That might sound a little crazy, but like I ain't do that shit. Like creepy, I personally didn't do shit. My body did that shit.
Like, I didn't mean to touch you. Yeah, I didn't touch you, girl. I didn't touch your booty, girl. That was
right. Let me know.
It wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, that's why I love these conversations, and I'm glad we had a chance to all connect, because this is like, and I love it. Free your mind, right? It's that we're coming together in this wave of consciousness to hopefully drop those nuggets and breadcrumbs, right? And even to expand and pick up, you know, the light bulb's gone off for me with a couple of you guys too, you know what I'm saying, with me bringing that, but that's part of the collective, right? We're all supposed to enlighten one another. So I just love it. So,
right. And I'm sorry, I know I said I'm gonna slide. I gotta say this one point that I promise I'm out this bitch, right?
Oh, you got it. You good.
I gotta drop this last bar, man. And we talked about it before, but when we was talking about the dissolution of everything, right? Like when it all actually goes back into the void. From shit that I study and just came across, you know, in Buddhism, they say that there's a world beyond the dissolution. Like even when the source destroys this whole void, I mean, this whole material manifestation, there's this world that is indestructible. In Buddhism, they call it the crystal city. And in Hinduism, they call it Vaikuntha. So it's a world, it's like a super world. I almost look at it like the fruit of the universe. It's like I can't even put a symbol to it. It's like the ultimate reality beyond this reality. So even when we destroy this shit, there's another world where we still have form, but we're in a spiritual form. You know what I'm saying? That's the real heaven. You know what I'm saying? Now there's heavens inside of this material universe. Like there's planets here. This heavenly is fuck, but they're still subject to the laws of nature. You know what I'm saying? The material laws. But there is this world, this crystal city beyond all existence. You know what I'm saying? That is the, like Woon put it before, it's the ultimate kicking spot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where niggas is at. That's where all the lucid dreamers go. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I agree with you, you know what I'm saying, on that, because even the Bible says the new earth, new heavens and new earth, right? So all the heavens, plural. So we gotta we can't be skipping over certain shit, right? Like understand it is that, but the ultimate eternal is actually a place. You know what I mean? And I think that I still think that there's opportunity that people eventually will be absorbed back into it, but they're gonna be like the people on the outside, like you still going, right? But you like, you know what I'm saying, you can't get in, you just watching, and that's the ultimate like hell of it. You know what I mean? Like, damn, I'm stuck out here. I had a bazillion years to try and get this shit together, but now I can't. You know what I mean? I do believe that. So you gonna be connected to us. You just can't. You know what I'm saying? You're on a rope, right? You're on the other side. You hear the party is jumping. You just can't get in.
Just can't get in. Exactly. That's crazy. Man. But I appreciate y'all, man. Like this shit was a very lit conversation, and whenever y'all want to do this again, like I know you said you was gonna talk about the Bhagavad Gita. I don't know if you want to do that as a show or if you want to do that behind the scenes or some shit, but we can set that up.
You gotta come spill your spill, man. I don't want to have this conversation between me and you. You gotta come spill the spill for everybody could share.
That's the best.
You know what I mean?
Man, I'm looking forward to it. I was
just going to you personally, just be like, hey, bro, I'm on this. You know what I mean? Just stop. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, of course, we got it. Just like I said, we like the 5%ers, so we got to make a event of all these things and shit, right?
Absolutely. And I'm still down for that group meditation. I don't know when y'all down, man, but that got to happen at some point.
Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? We got the new year coming up, so that's another thing. But hold on real quick. I just want to say I love that y'all came together, though. I'm glad, you know what I'm saying? Like, absolutely. I remember in the very beginning, right? That's that energy, right? You like bumping heads and now y'all BFFs. Like, I just want people to know that, right? It's like on some real shit. A lot of times we miss nuggets like that we get so within ourselves and then it's separate and it's like, look at this conversation, like the beautiful exchange. So I'm just happy to see y'all. You know what I mean?
I was absolutely in my ego. I'm not gonna hold niggas.
Me too, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, when I say that, it's because even though we created this space for people to free their mind, I was also one that was freeing my mind. Like, you know what I mean? So I was not above or below anything. I was still vibrating with the people, but I was still in the aspect of, like niggas want beef. Like, so I'm a straight up street nigga. Like, you know what I mean? So I hate to say it like that. I'm used to war, so it's just like, pull up. Like, you know what I mean? So I had to take myself out of that stance. And if y'all remember one of the episodes, I apologize. Even the self-made, I apologize because I was over talking motherfuckers. And I was like, I apologize to self. I apologize to Benet. I apologize to Christian. So I still had an opportunity to observe shit and be like, nigga, you was way out of pocket. Like, you know what I mean? And like right now, again, I'm resting in peace. So I'm not even y'all niggas, y'all don't even see me beef on social media, like Facebook, for what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like for the people who get it, they got it. Like, you know what I mean? If they come to me, it's up. But other than that, right now, I'm just chilling. Like, I'm resting in peace. Just like I said, I'm dead to that shit. Like, not to say it like that, because I will still come kill shit. But in that essence, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, nigga, like, just like nigga said earlier, I'm a ghost. Like, I don't even really exist for real. Like, you know what I mean? Until
Right.
you come up this lamp, then the genie gonna pop out. But other than that, nigga, I'm chilling. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I had to just say that publicly, you know, because people love to take shit and run with it, right? But just to see if you take a moment and get clarity and understanding, like you said, and deal with egos and really see what the issue is, like we can really come together and really like have a dope ass show like this really growth, you know what I mean? So I'm just proud of my kids, you know what I mean, for you guys just being grown men out here, you know. So I just appreciate y'all. So I just wanted to say that before you press out.
Krishna got the torch. Like Krishna always had. I've always told him, like, Krishna, you got it.
We
Like,
told him for sure.
Always
for real.
Nigga, up. Like, you got it.
I appreciate y'all 100%. Like, to be honest, these conversations, man, like this shit is beyond anything. Like, I ain't gonna lie, like beyond any ego on some real shit. The knowledge that I get just chopping it up and building with y'all and just how we be sharpening each other's swords, that shit is invaluable, like for real. Like y'all niggas really the gods to the point where like all ego aside, like from the real consciousness to consciousness, I worship y'all niggas. I don't know if y'all get what I mean, but
because look, I said it like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, I was finna hit you up and get some game from you. Like, I'm the student. Like, you know what I mean? I'm finna hit you up and be like, hey, Christian, what's poppin'? Like, nigga, I know you know about this. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm not above or below. I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, you know what I mean?
That's why I said, bro, the next one we gonna have to run if you down, bro, is nigga the Bhagavad. You know what I'm saying? All that shit, bro. All that shit. Cause I did a little bit of, you know, skimming just, you know, along them lines, and it's like, okay, that's cool, but you in there, you know what I'm saying? Like you can really break all that shit down, you know what I'm saying? So and now too with the understanding that, you know what I'm saying, everybody then came to, it's like, oh yeah, that shit gonna be lit.
Yeah, we up. We up. That shit gonna be crazy. But if we set that up, only thing is, like luckily today Thursday, so luckily I ain't have to work. Well, right now it's Friday. It's past 12, so it's Friday. I ain't have to work today. But usually I've been working on Friday. That's why I can't stay on late. So if we gonna do the Bhagavad Gita spill, I would have to do that on like a Friday or a Saturday, which also I ain't gotta worry about, you know what I'm saying, getting up for work and shit. So
definitely.
Right.
We'll definitely set it up though.
We can do a special edition. Special edition.
That being said, I would definitely sacrifice a Friday because I got Fridays open for the most part. So I'm down to sacrifice a Friday for sure.
That's a bet. Yeah. So we'll talk about it. Just I hit y'all up in the inbox and we'll set it up. That shit gonna be lit for sure.
Yeah.
Peace, King. But I y'all, peace to the guys. I'm about to get up out of here, man. I'm tired as hell. I ain't gonna lie. All right, peace.
I just love it. See what I'm saying, though? That's that just togetherness. That show gonna be like, y'all gonna have to pick that up. Like that's probably I'm gonna call it. That's gonna be like a 7-hour, 8-hour, 9-hour show. I guarantee you. Just there's so much to unpack there. You know what I mean? Like too much.
Yeah.
That's gonna be all day.
Yeah, no.
You done had another costume change?
Yeah, because we I'm glad you said that because there was, of course, science behind it. But it was just like we
said science.
I smacked my lips like
because we went from talking about, you know, just the balance and shit, and then we went back to the white noise, the blank, the void, and that's what this shirt is. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the blank. That's why I went back to this shit. Hey, a lot of things that I do
have changed 3 times.
A lot of the things I do is symbolic. Y'all, she caught it. She got it.
He got an outfit for every topic.
Right. I was trying not to point attention to it. I'm like, this nigga done changed 3 times. So go ahead, bro. You know what I'm saying? What you got, a tank top? Go ahead and take it off live. Man. You know what I'm saying? What you do?
Y'all want to see alignment? I got your alignment.
Yeah.
And they're gonna go put on a sweater that have a certain word and then start going off on that. See the word.
Just
This
that word.
Right.
aligns with this.
Right. Yeah, because the energy is kinetic, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. But yeah, so I just like I'm gonna put that in that chat. If y'all ain't seen it, it's called, for people out there, what I was talking about, I think I seen somebody ask what the documentary is called. It's called Everything and Nothing on Prime.
I'm telling you,
that's on the list. I'm gonna watch that this weekend. Right.
Man,
what was
at
that
first
other
I thought you were talking about the movie.
Nah,
yeah, I was just about to ask you, Self, what was that movie you was talking about?
Yeah, let me write that down.
Valerian.
Valerian. Okay.
Valerian. That shit is so dope. Y'all like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. But that's what I love about our group too, though, right? Is like we always drop in like some good shit to watch, right? Like, everybody's talking about like the new Halloween that's coming out and all this other stuff. Like, I ain't watched regular TV and I don't know how long. I've been on documentaries and all of this stuff, so it's like when you start tapping into this, it's like you become really thirsty for it, right? So when you think about in the Bible or something like that, it says now you have a thirst for God, like almost like constant. You want to always be in the essence, always seeking that knowledge, and you'll find it. And there'll be some dope ass shit. And when you see that people are on that same energy, it's like you're tired, but you're not tired. You know what I mean? So I love it.
Yeah, man, look, when y'all remember when I said have to be, I travel from wherever and then I get home and then I get on and it's just like this energy. I can't even say I'm tired. That sounds like some crazy ass shit because again, the energy is reciprocal and y'all giving me the energy that I need to pump my shit out. So it's just like it's up. So let me do another wardrobe change. No, fuck with
Nigga gonna be in his pajamas, nigga. Next, what you doing?
All right, these
Long johns, nigga. Long johns.
Nigga, get your robe. Wear your robe at. Shit. Put your robe on. Shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I appreciate y'all.
This shit was lit for sure.
Yeah, this shit was dope. I definitely wasn't expecting it to hit that turn. I changed the name. I don't know if you seen that one, because I'm like, nigga, we didn't even touch on whooping your children, that whole thing.
Nah, from what I see on this side, it say are pimps allowed to get married? So I don't know if my shit needs to be.
Oh nah. If you checking on YouTube, it got what I'm saying, what we was actually on tonight.
Oh, okay, yeah. I gotta tap in on that.
Yeah,
it's lit. So the pimp, that shit we could probably bring up next show. I got this cat. Damn, I think him and Krishna will probably be a good show because he said that he was gonna get his notes up for like the next show and shit, and he be tapping in. So I want y'all to get a dose of him. He probably gonna be on the same type of time, so y'all, give him a proper warm welcome. And he gonna come in on the hot seat, so y'all got questions. He gonna come spill a spill.
Yeah, that hot seat. Hey, it was like I really appreciate you, Woon, for actually like coming with that energy in the beginning, like as for our group, right, or with just anybody, because it really forces you to like. It's like a timestamp of your growth, or where you currently are, right, or where your level of consciousness is, and over the years, it's like you said, I remember you used to be like on fire, like nigga, who wants something? Like you Debo in this, you know what I'm saying? Like I'll knock anybody out, right? And now to see your transformation or that I guess I'll say transformation, but that growth or however that you are just like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop a couple of jewels, but nigga, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Nigga, I'm chilling, you know what I mean? Versus that energy. So when people come into it, they may be intimidated, but it's really like stand on what you believe on, right? You know what I mean? And then we can help grow, each other. So I loved it. So whoever's next in the hot seat, y'all better be prepared. Don't be intimidated. It's really about your own stance, but we're going to ask you all the questions and force you to really explain yourself. So
I think like he kicks up a lot of dust on Facebook. In fact, I'm I want to add him to the group. And
yeah, damn near you should.
Yeah, I want to add him to the group. But he's a self-proclaimed conspiracy theorist, flat earther. There's a lot of different ideologies, and I'm like, man, when you come with that shit, because he was saying that people don't like to have him, talk about certain shit no more, or don't invite him to certain things. I'm like, nigga, we accept all of that. EBT, like, nigga, you got EBT?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's where we at, like, you know what I mean? So, nigga, come
Nigga,
pull up.
We accept old school food stamps, nigga, for the paperwork, nigga.
The actual stamp.
Right. So it's just like, we if you on that type of time, like, and if you're looking for a place so where you're not being judged, or you want to just talk your shit freely, I'm gonna add him to the group. Then it's just nigga come to the podcast.
I mean, damn near that's how I felt, and then y'all added me to the group, and y'all accepted me with loving arms, and I'm pretty wild in there. So
yeah, but listen, we're gonna challenge each other.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying we're gonna challenge each other, so you better be able to stand on it. You can't come with the bullshit, though. You can't just put something in there. We're gonna come up with the facts, okay?
But we checking everything.
You're right.
Yeah, checking everything at the door.
Outside of my nephew, and outside of when Laura's daughter came in, Miss Divine, I was call you Love Joy. You are the youngest life that's a part of the movement. Like, you know what I mean? So
turn up, you gotta represent.
Yeah, so when it comes down to that, you got to understand your position. And I love that. I've said it today. I love that wild energy, because, that energy is just like, nigga.
It turned the fire up. You like, oh, okay. That's how we do it.
Yeah, you know how the youth coming.
Yeah, even though I may not understand what it is, nigga, it's still what I feel, motherfucker. So I'll think about this.
But you know what, love? What you do, I do appreciate that you know when it's time to take notes, though, as well. Like, you do take a lot of notes, and you kind of like really listen and say, okay, I didn't think about that perspective. You're very like, flexible in your thinking. Some things you definitely stand on, but if it really like makes sense, then it's like I'm gonna sit back and take notes. I'm not even gonna comment. I'm gonna just listen. You know what I mean? And that's gonna be instrumental to your growth. You know what I mean? And just being able to do that, absorb some things, and then come back with it. So I just want to give you your props on that, because you do be coming with the heat, though. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, I definitely appreciate that acknowledgement a lot, because I am the youth, I'm the student, but I'm a wise student because I do listen and I do take notes. And at the same time, I know I don't know every damn thing. I know that other people have been here longer than me. They have more practice doing this. So I would be a fool to be like, you don't know, when I know for sure I definitely don't fucking know, because I've never went through it. The least I can do is listen to somebody who says they have went through it. And I'm also wise enough to know that somebody could be full of shit and they could just be saying stuff, right? So I don't really allow myself to be manipulated by my curiosity and my, hunger for learning and knowing more. But yeah, like you said, Bené, it's still sharp and still. And I appreciate y'all for including me, because y'all do be giving some real gems, and y'all do challenge my fiery beliefs. And sometimes, I'll be wrong. So it's all good.
I think when you came in, you had like hair and shit. So I'm glad. No, I'm serious. I'm glad that you didn't come in with like a wig or a weave. Like, you showed that, like, that your hair is about to grow. And so you don't put on no wig or no weave and shit. Like, you keep it bald, and as it grows, it grows.
Yeah. For sure. I love that. Like, it's growth, man. So I love our group. I love us. So
we really did.
I needed it. So, all right, cool. Oh, so now that now that's a new look for Woon. Okay, no hat, nigga. You know what I'm saying? The chains tucked in, and then it's just a plain shirt.
I'm slowly but for surely letting y'all know
it's that time. He take one chain off and look.
He's slowly drifting into the void, y'all. He's slowly drifting
into rest.
Yes, to rest. All right, y'all. It's been real. I'm out of here too.
Hey, always appreciate y'all both for sliding through.
Definitely.
To the next one, y'all will be there, probably, most likely.
Yeah. I got to get this Facebook thing figured out, man. I'm dropping too much. They trying to block me. I don't know what's happening now. So we're gonna see.
You just gonna have to slide on there. You know what I mean? Like, fuck it, y'all ain't gonna show me on the Facebook. I'm pulling up.
Right, I'm gonna pull up. I don't know. I got to figure that out. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for letting me slide. Have a good night, and we'll talk later. Rest well.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
Golly, hey, that shit ended up turning into some dope shit.
Oh,
hella for real, like golly,
man, that shit. And I'm telling you, that took a I knew though when I asked it that question that was in chat earlier, I was like, okay, yep, this we finna go in. Christian started sitting up and shit. I'm like, okay, yep, we finna go in on this type of time. But it was cool though. Like, we definitely needed that for sure.
Hell yeah.
It's been a minute. You see just the time frame of, us getting on this type of time from, then to now.
Yeah.
And just, how much more deeper I guess we went. It seemed like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, hell yeah. Cause I'm like, okay, we probably finna do 2.5, maybe 3. And then when we got off the Kanye shit, it was just like, oh, nigga, this one, yeah, okay, yeah, niggas, you know what I mean? But again, just to, and I kind of said this earlier, but just to, even if we be in that bag a lot, like, we don't be in that bag a lot of times to where it's just like in the public. So that kind of, rejuvenates the energy, or that kind of like gives us the allowance to balance off of each other, bounce off of each other, to where it's just like bring us back to that essence. And we was talking about that earlier, about the expansion and then bringing it back. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, no, this was dope. Definitely look forward to that Krishna build.
Yeah, definitely.
Special, you know what I'm saying? That shit gonna be lit. That's what's up, man. This then sparked off some whole other shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Shout out to the chat, everybody that was in there. Fred, I seen Tyrone slide through.
Yeah. I didn't even know Tyrone was in there. Hell yeah! Shout out to that. Sure.
Brittany slid through.
Brittany pulled up. I think a couple of loser guys. Did he pull up?
I ain't seen.
He pulled up. I could be bugging though.
Yusef and I can't. I ain't even finna try Chazak. That's what I'll just say that Chazak pulled through.
Yeah.
Karmic pulled through in the beginning. So it was cool, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. What's up? Well, shout out to y'all, man. Like, subscribe. Leave some comments. Put us up into that algorithm to where just like again, we're not looking for donations. We're not asking for none of that shit. We're not trying to be, in that type of time, to where we actually asking for anything, because we're more giving. But if you're not going to pull up, showing love by actually just watching us is cool. But just put us into that algorithm. Like, share, subscribe. Like, you know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of topics to where, it's up and we touch everything. So, fuck with us. If you fuck with us, you fuck with us. I'm not going to ask too much, but if you do, do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it right there, man. Real. Free Your Mind Podcast, another one in the books.
Next time, for sure.
Peace.
Peace.
Gon' free your mind.